It says we're live. Where are we at here?
We're live.
I've got to mute this. Well, one of you has the stream open, so you got to mute that stream so I don't hear my own voice back to me with an 8-second delay.
So I can move my voice back to me.
What do we got here?
Justin, where's your hat?
Yeah, I know.
Justin, where's your head?
Yeah, I know.
Justin, where's your head?
One of you's got to mute the stream, boys. So whoever's got the YouTube open, please mute it.
So whoever's got the
Now,
YouTube
why am I seeing that?
up,
I think it was me.
All right, we should see the right thing now. You'll see? You'll hear?
Yeah.
All right. So, here we are. Okay, sorry, for some reason OBS switched to showing my terminal screen instead of, okay, let me just send out the link on Twitter. Here we go. Let me just write a tweet live. All right, so what are we planning on doing this stream? So obviously the suit coiners are in full, they're in full panic mode. They're trying extremely hard to FUD BIP110. They are falling over themselves to attempt to do it, and then which means they're not, which means they're failing pretty hard, right? The stuff they're doing tends to be flopping, and my assessment of it was, guys, that it's no longer any kind of attempt to convince us, right? People are running BIP110. They're not happy about it. They know they can't convince us to do otherwise. They don't have any arguments. So what they're doing is some kind of in-group signaling, right? It's just like when some like absolute gutless news anchor pundit goes on CNN, puts a mask on 3 seconds before they go on and talks about how important it is to wear masks. And then the minute the camera's off, they just take it off and walk off. Like, it's like that kind of thing where the only reason they're doing it is because they're concerned about their job or whatever it is they need to do to keep. They don't believe any of the things they're saying. So that's why when Sailor like shows up almost just completely without paying any attention whatsoever, writes into ChatGPT, give me 110 reasons BIP110 is bad, doesn't even read any of it, copies and pastes it into a Twitter article and publishes it. You're like, well, he doesn't passionately believe this kind of stuff. He's being made to do this by virtue of the position he's in. Whatever he's embroiled in inside the Bitcoin space that requires whatever he needs, whatever quid pro quo and horse trades he's in the middle of, those people are saying, we don't like BIP110 and we need you to tell people BIP110 is bad. So he's up there being like, yeah, all right. He doesn't care. I doubt he's ever read the proposal. I doubt he's thought about the implications of it. I dare say that if we could sit down with him and talk to him, he might even go, oh, that actually sounds like a good idea. So I see that with this FUD article posted yesterday that was like claiming there's a consensus bug in Knots because Knots doesn't automatically have some mechanism for detecting if you downloaded a bunch of invalid blocks and saying, all right, these are all invalid, I need to wipe them out. This is like a one-line terminal command where you can just invalidate a block chain that you should not have. I'm not even going to go into details on it because the fact that people are so ignorant about it is ultimately just going to mean they should run BIP110 and not even worry about these absurd scenarios where they use a broken Bitcoin client to download an invalid blockchain, then switch to Knots and go, oh, it didn't work immediately. I had to type in one more command because the wrong blockchain existed. Anyway, let's get to intros, man. So I'll start, let me try and be a host for a second. Justin Bachelor, how do I say this?
Well, technically, Bachelor, it's German, so most people, though, say Belcher. Transpose the L and the CH, but Beckler.
I see. All right. I was going to give a German flag. Where do I do that? There we go. But people can see my whole screen. It's not streaming the way I actually want. Apologies for the top of the screen being cut off, by the way, guys. It's just I have to do that. Otherwise, the URL for the Google Meet will show up and loads of trolls will start joining. If there are people on the anti-BIP110 side, please do let them know they can join. Tell them to DM you, then DM me or whatever. Obviously, there's a lot of mutual blocking, so they can't DM me direct. So yeah, thanks for joining, Justin. Thanks for all the fighting you've been doing over the last couple of years. You've been on the ass of a bunch of people that have been full of nonsense, spreading lies. You haven't let them get away with it. We appreciate it. Dave
Thank you.
Lund. Dave, I haven't, we've never really spoken. I only became aware of you really recently. So why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you've been up to in the space?
Yeah, thank you. No, I think we've chatted a little bit through email, maybe with Ocean at some point. Yeah, I'm Dave. I have a company called Flowrate, and we basically encourage and help treasuries to deploy their capital on Lightning and later on Arc, because that's the only strategy that makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take some time, but I think the whole digital credit play, has shown kind of its it's shown what it's shown so far, and I think that we're definitely pushing the native way of doing things. And so there's a lot of, like, let's say, cultural and synergy with what BIP110 is trying to say, and what I'm working on a daily basis, right? Which is saying, hey, if you put Bitcoin on a company balance sheet, like, what can you actually do with it that makes sense, and that is earning a native income on it by making Bitcoin into a medium of exchange and not speculating on it, right? So that's kind of what I do on a day-to-day basis, working on cybersec and Lightning infrastructure.
Amazing. And are you doing Arc stuff as well, or did I just hallucinate that?
Yeah. So we have an open source implementation working on called OpenArc. I'm not really an Arc expert. I mean, that's on our CTO, and it's more of a long-term project. Now Second is live with their implementation on mainnet, which is great. Our implementation is a bit different. It allows for external liquidity providing to Arc servers from, like, let's say, a treasury or any investor. It's like a sharded Arc.
Does it work?
And I believe
does it work as
sorry.
is, or is it covenantless, or does it require?
It's covenantless, and we basically have like an honest trade-off of expecting users to run a VPS and somewhere, right? So for signing and all that. So
That's reasonable to do, in my opinion.
yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that channel balancing, and that's really the biggest, like, UX problem of having to manage channel capacity, right? So I think that's a fair trade-off, and then the biggest problem with Arc will be how you scale it. Like, how do you actually scale across wallets and scale with users, right? And that's kind of the match with what we do with Flowrate, because then we match treasury companies with wallets, etc., that need capital for their Arc servers. So it's kind of an interesting synergy there.
Yeah, I just got told I'm too quiet, so I just put a gain plugin on my microphone. Hopefully that'll turn it up a bit. Thanks for the intro there. Arc is super exciting. Covenantless Arc is really great. I don't want to go off on a rant about that because I'm really happy about that. But for some reason, when the anti-spam effort started back in 2023, we were just completely, we had a massive load of people just fall on us, like push over a brick wall onto our head of these sandwich heads, these Jeremy Rubin enjoyers and CTV pushers. Out of nowhere, they all just came. Vortex was one of them who disappeared and was like, guys, I'm not doing Bitcoin anymore. See you later. And then he just showed up out of nowhere like, we need to activate CTV and the anti-spam guys are bad. And this was a really weird psyop by all accounts, because it didn't make sense that they all had the same opinion. They were all very, very much trying to do what you're trying to do, which is make Bitcoin work better as a medium of exchange. They were trying to do that, and they were trying to do that through technological means by increasing things Bitcoin can do, ironically through these kinds of restrictions that unlock certain features like Arc. And they were trying to do it with CTV or the combination of CTV and CSFS just for LN symmetry, maybe some other things as well, all while trying to avoid accidentally turning on drive chain. And it got super complicated, but they were going at it for years. Do you remember LN Hans? Remember when everyone was talking about that? That disappeared. But so many of the people that were pushing that stuff are furious with us about BIP110 but they've had a soft fork handle in a soft fork in their handle for 5 years, and they never released an activation client for any of it. And I'm like, if you ever did do that, you would go through exactly what we're going through, which is everyone telling you you're going to fail until you win. But unless you got the balls to do something like that, you'll fail due to your own pessimism and your own lack of guts. So, like I said with Mechanics Law the other day, you can tell how likely a soft fork is to succeed by how many people are saying it's going to fail. And the more and more people say BIP110 is going to fail, the more sure I am that it's going to win. So, yeah, thanks for introducing yourself, Dave. Greg, I don't know if you even feel like talking at the moment, but if you do, say hi. Let us know what's on your mind.
Hi. Hi, yeah. I'm from Europe, so I'm not a native English speaker. I'm a Bitcoiner interested in techniques and tools to how people keep their keys secret. So it's called key management. I am also interested in making Bitcoin more usable, fixing bugs, and I want node running. I want to make Bitcoin so that it's easy to run a node, so that it's simpler and less expensive to do so. And I also am a proponent of BIP110, of course. And thank you guys for joining me in this endeavor.
Yeah, it's a fun war. People keep telling us that we might lose, and I keep saying everyone involved knew that. Who's the first guy to run a soft fork client that activates at 0% miner threshold? The first guy to do that is aware that he might die on a hill, and the second guy to do it is also aware he might die on the hill with that first guy. But eventually, the hill is where everyone else is, and none of us die on the hill. I think once we hit 15,000 nodes on Luke stats, and I confirmed from the Umbrel sales and the Start 9 sales and the marketplace downloads and all the people that actively speak about it, and I was able to confirm it wasn't a Sybil attack, that I thought, all right, well, there's enough of us on this hill now that just by virtue of that, none of us are going to die anymore. So I've been pretty comfortable with it, I will say, over the last couple of weeks, and I haven't wanted to be overconfident throughout it. I've always tried to stay humble about it, because arrogance has been like the other side, right? BIP110's stupid, these idiots aren't technical, they're going to fail and fork themselves off the network. They've been very, very condescending throughout the whole thing, and my whole understanding of how life works is that they have to get humbled for that, and BIP110 is what would humble them. But if we're arrogant too, then we're not going to get anywhere. So that's how I've viewed it. So thanks for introducing yourself. I'm not a very good host. Jump in at any point. Let me know if I'm doing a good job or not. I thought I would start with, not with Michael Saylor's 101 things. We're going to do that. But I was thinking we would start with this, because whenever anyone new shows up, Adam Back with 1 million followers, or trying to organize a merger between a couple of enormous corporations, trying to make a publicly traded Bitcoin treasury stock. Someone new shows up on Twitter with 3 followers saying, I like BIP110. Adam is there 8 seconds later, quote tweeting this, saying no one has ever debunked Vortex. So in the interest of that, I thought, let's debunk Vortex. So let's jump in on these things. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've got 10 reasons from Vortex here. This is what Satoshi himself is telling us is cited as the main debunk of BIP110. So I thought I'd get into some of these with you guys. It should be said, I'm always split between giving oxygen to bad ideas or debunking them and actually letting people know that, because they sound convincing. So it's probably worth actually digging into them, right? So shall I just read them out, guys, and you can give me your impression and I'll let them know mine? Does that sound good?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So Vortex's first disagreement with BIP110. Protocol ledger neutrality. By moving standardness filters into consensus rules, Bitcoin ceases to be a neutral settlement layer and starts looking like a curated platform, and this sets a precedent where a 55% majority can decide that your valid transaction is spam simply because they dislike use cases. Who wants to go first?
The simple response to that is when core refuses to maintain policy level protections, well, actually removes them, then what tool do we have left? Consensus.
Agreed. I think it's a circumstantial thing, because no one would. They were saying you're going to soft fork, and I was saying no, I don't think we are going to soft fork, and I believed myself at the time. And I'm surprised they haven't dunked on me more for saying I didn't think we'd fork. I had no idea we were going to fork until around October last year, when suddenly it became like, well, Core 30 is happening, isn't it? So that's going to turn all these inert nodes, these people that aren't paying attention, all the mandrakes of the world who just run core regardless of what it does, they're going to now start actively relaying trash all around the network. And just because you think op return was possible before up to a megabyte, it wasn't, because none of your nodes would accept it and relay it in your mempool. And if you wanted it in the blockchain and you submitted it via Mara, then it got subjected to terms and conditions. And we tested it. We submitted dodgy stuff, copywritten content to Mara's slipstream, and they wouldn't upload it. So I'm saying we're not in the same world. If you make core policy by default relay big op returns, you're going to end up with actually nasty files now. And you can't implement Mara's legal team's stringent requirements about nasty content. You're not going to have that kind of stuff on your umbrella in your house. No one does. So it just turns Bitcoin into this unmoderated file sharing platform. And I'm like, go look at interplanetary file system. Go look at Filecoin. Go look at other protocols like BitTorrent. There isn't none of those guys don't have safeguards in place that don't force all of their users to host content that they don't want to host or that would get them in trouble. None of them would do that. You're turning Bitcoin into a platform that does that. Involuntary file storage. That's never happened before, ever. Like, I will use Tor, I will use IPFS. I would have used Filecoin if it wasn't a shitcoin. Would have done all that stuff happily. But you can't do that. You can't leverage file storage into Bitcoin because it doesn't have any of the safeguards. We're forced to store everything forever. And don't start telling me about pruned nodes. Anyway, Dave, you want to touch on this one?
I think Greg is raising his hand.
Go for it, Greg.
Yeah, sure. So let me share a screen. I want to show something that actually core dev prepared for us. So to your point, the first op return was sent in the network just in 2013. And we haven't seen big op returns in the network up until 2024 when Peter Todd started attacking the network, as you can see on the screen right now. That's all from my side.
Yeah, this isn't being shared quite right. No, it's coming. Yep, it's coming through. Sorry, repeat your point. I missed it.
Sure. So I just wanted to to say that the first op return appeared on the network in 2013. So for the first few years of Bitcoin, we haven't seen any transaction with op return. And big op returns, those non-standard ones, started appearing on the network early 2024 when Peter Todd started attacking the network. That's the point I marked on this on this graph here.
Yep.
Yeah. Other than that, all the other data come from Loring, which is a guy from Core.
Yeah, Lawrenc's been fun. He found a consensus issue in BIP110, so I'll happily be grateful to him for that. Sadly, he's not a good one to argue with, unfortunately. Some people are incapable of realizing when they've lost an argument. Lorenc is one of them. I think, yeah, Peter Todd, the history with him and spam filters is very interesting because he killed the filtering of unmarked RBF transactions, right? Like you had to explicitly mark your transaction as something that could be RBF'd. Otherwise, if you did RBF it and having not done that, then all of the nodes around the network would spam filter you out. And that was an annoying spam filter that Peter Todd messed up with his Libra relay and preferential peering and all that stuff. And all of us kind of supported him, not understanding the damage he would ultimately do to all of the other filters by trying to get rid of ones that actually did have a job. And it's always been him bullying Bitcoin Core, really. And Bitcoin Core are often just scapegoats, right? It's not that they're not the ones that want Bitcoin to be worse. They're just letting people that want to make it worse have their way with us. That's what makes it so annoying, because people look up to them as geniuses, wonderful developers, very smart people. But you need to look up to them. The quality they need to have is courage. That's what you see in Luke, but you don't see in the rest of them. All the people that are genius opiners on Bitcoin, like Jimmy Song and Giacomo Zucco, yeah, they're very clever people, but they got zero guts. When it comes to standing up and making Bitcoin work right, they don't ever want to get in any sort of conflict. So when people like Peter Todd blast holes through the network, spam filter, who cares? I'm going to spin up 200 Libra relay nodes, call up Wang Chun, call up Mara, make them start mining this stuff, and just absolutely blow up these decade-old filters by saying, look, it's pointless, and throwing graphs in people's faces and just being a complete child. Unfortunately, the core devs look at stuff like that and they just feel a bit silly, and they're like, oh, well, we should get rid of this stuff. And then when we get angry with them, they're like, oh, well, who cares? They're just plebs on Twitter. So that's been the dynamic of it. That's the social aspect at play. So, I mean, look, my take on what Vortex is saying here, I wrote it out this morning. The BIP110 rules are enforced in a neutral capacity. So this is you have a refocusing. Wait, let me start again. There are two different ways of looking at what Bitcoin offers, right? You have neutrality with regards to the enforcements of the rules, and then you have decentralization, which is what maintains the neutrality. And the two things usually pull in the same direction. The reason Bitcoin can be neutral and it doesn't selectively allow people to yes and no allow certain kinds of transactions is because it's decentralized. So there's no one that can sit around and say, all right, 83 byte op returns are allowed unless you're this guy. We don't like this guy, so we're not going to let yours in. You can't do that on Bitcoin. There's no selective enforcement because it's decentralized. So when we do restrictions, new rules that come around and apply them across the board to everyone, even if there's a subjective component like op-if use in Taproot, could be valid script, could be monetary, could be someone making a multi-sig for their inheritance. Fair enough, but we've looked at the chain. 99.9% of op-if use in Taproot is people storing JPEGs in deliberately dead code, and we've made a subjective decision about this being a harmful thing for Bitcoin. We're stopping it with BIP110 across the board, applying it to everyone in an effort to maintain decentralization, because ultimately leaving it there would be an attack on decentralization, which would send us down the path to centralization, and so that just results in selective enforcement. If there's only a few big companies running nodes, they're going to start picking and choosing who can do stuff. Like Mara picked and chose who could make big op returns and what those op returns could contain. Right? When you have a centralized player doing stuff like that, they immediately, their legal department says, this is okay, that isn't. Bitcoin nodes don't do stuff like that. They implement a protocol, they have rules, and those rules apply to everyone. So this is, I don't know what, this is what he opens with, right? This is his fundamental argument. And this is what Saylor said today as well. Where is Saylor? He says, the guardians of neutrality. That is how they're presenting this stuff to people. We are protecting neutrality by virtue of prioritizing decentralization. That is the entire purpose. Before you talk about CSAM in the blockchain or wanting Citria to piss off, the absolute fundamental philosophical root of the entire movement is Bitcoin has to be decentralized at the node level. Because if it isn't, it can't truly be neutral, right? That's the main point to get to here. And they're missing that. Because if you just turn Bitcoin into a garbage heap and you end up centralizing it at the node level, you can say that it's neutral, but we all know it won't be. It will be PayPal 2.0. And this is why when they compare us to big blockers and Roger Ver, it's so insulting. Because in 2017, I fought big blocks because they would have made Bitcoin more centralized at the node level. Now I'm fighting spam because it makes Bitcoin more centralized at the node level. It's the same fight against the same people that are trying to appeal to things that they have no place appealing to. So
The
that's
selective
yeah,
outrage too, if I can jump in.
please.
The selective outrage over that to me is, I'll never get it. So who was it that said, if it's controversial, we don't touch it? Maybe that was Ava or somebody else, but they touched it. So we're talking about a PR that was rejected over 425 to 100. So over a 4-to-1 ratio rejection that got merged anyway. And you guys were muted throughout the whole process. So like when core maintainers decide, there seems to be no outrage, not a whimper of outrage.
Well, their
But-
excuse there is always, we changed a policy thing. We didn't change a consensus thing.
Well, now, I mean,
They like to make that
UAS,
argument. Unless you
Yeah.
know how to respond to how much, it sounds like a good argument, right? Samson, back when he wasn't, doing everything that Andy tells him to, said that's a made up rule. You can't do stuff to Bitcoin Core, which is what 99% of the network is running, that's clearly hated by all your users because you just made up a rule that we don't need some kind of consent from the people that actually run our software. That's not okay in any open source thing. They're like, it's good for miners. Miners aren't your customers, right? There's 100,000 people running nodes. There's 6 mining pools. You don't get to just make a change and say, oh, this might be slightly better for miners, when it isn't anyway. That's not a straw man either. I wish that was a straw man. That really was their rationale for it. Sorry to cut you, Justin.
no, I just can't see how anybody could be for further centralization of that when here we have a perfect opportunity for node runners to decide instead of core maintainers arbitrarily deciding themselves. So
I can perhaps add something on the social side, considering like I'm a suit guy, right? I'm kind of a suit coiner, I guess, because I wear a suit almost all the time. But that's because I have low time preference, and I think that's where we're all going to end up in the end, because we're not going to worry about paychecks or stuff like that in the same way we're doing today. So when I attend these more corporate treasury-like events, I rarely identify like actual Bitcoiners in these environments, right? So I wouldn't give any credit to, let's say, a treasury company to have any say in matters like these more than a pleb that uploads a video to YouTube saying, hey, I run a full node, right? So I actually put more weight into that guy.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the ethos that is very, very hard to protect, because you cannot really measure it, but you can definitely feel it, right? You can feel how something is not right in the community.
Yeah.
And and if we just look at the treasury company model, obviously I'm incentivized to say this because I run a company that makes money on getting them on Lightning, but that is objectively good for their investment, right? So if we have a situation where Lightning succeeds, then basically that helps L1 and that helps Bitcoin as well, right? And there's a flywheel effect with that. So there is one group, which is the treasury kind of executives and the investors around that and the VCs. That's a whole group, right? And then you have the developers you mentioned who want CTV and covenants and all this, right here and now. And I think that anybody who listens to these different groups have to understand that there are other incentives, and that a lot of these people where I expect hyper Bitcoinization quite early, right? So I'm pretty bullish on that happening. Whereas when I talk to some of these people that are severely anti BIP110, they are actually thinking of a scenario where hyper Bitcoinization doesn't even happen in their lifetime. So they are instead investing in positioning themselves in taking value from being well positioned in that increased adoption curve, rather than living in a, at least mentally, in a hyper Bitcoinized world, right? Because you can start living in that already if you truly understand Bitcoin. That's not to say that we should not, protect the protocol and protect the fact that we need node runners and all these other things, and Lightning nodes and a lot of other important work around Bitcoin. But from a time preference perspective, there's a big mismatch of people claiming there are Bitcoiners, but they're they're very high time preference, and that makes it very hard for me to kind of take them seriously. So I know that's not a very technical argument, but I think it's
it's an argument about incentives. The main issue, and we'll say hello to motorists in a sec. The main issue is that Saylor and the other treasury bros, are, like Jack Mallers even, sad as it is to say, are incentivized to get you to make a worse decision than you should. There's nothing better than people buying Bitcoin and withdrawing it to self-custody. And any money that could have been spent doing that gets spent buying a treasury stock instead, is an undermining of the entire mission. It completely, it brings back 6102 again. And Bitcoin's supposed to end 6102. There's Easter egg after Easter egg of Satoshi trying to make a 6102 proof version of gold. And the treasury companies undo that. They kill it in the bud. And it's such an evil thing to do. And just by virtue of them having to talk about that, Saylor can never celebrate sovereignty, running nodes, buying a hardware wallet, and withdrawing your own stuff to self-custody. Every single thing he would do to push people in that direction works against his interest of getting them to buy treasury stocks instead. So he can only be incentivized to undermine those things. And this is a tragedy.
There is one situation, though, where I would argue that there is a value in having corporations running infrastructure on Lightning and Arc, and that is just in the hyper-Bitcoinization curve. I think there's a value for like legacy payment processors and legacy financial institutions to have peers that are also companies, right? So not just relying on a Lightning channel with a a fairly wealthy pleb running a few Lightning nodes. That's great, and that's going to happen. But I think there is a play of having companies operating on Lightning and operating on Arc. But obviously, how much Bitcoin do you need for that, right? You don't need to own 5 or 10% of the whole of all the Bitcoins. Actually, I think about it as any infrastructure, right? So you have telecom and you have ISPs or airports. You're not going to have an airport anywhere in the world that is 1,000 times larger than the second largest airport, right? That makes utterly no sense at all. So there is no incentive for any Bitcoiner to push for a mega large treasury company. But a few corporations that deploy capital on Lightning and Arc is needed if we don't, turn around and all of us deploy on Lightning ourselves. But since you have that incentive of number go up, you don't have that many plebs deploying on Lightning, sadly. But and if they deploy, it's not enough capital to kind of accelerate medium of exchange enough, in my opinion. But that's another rabbit hole to kind of go into. So,
yeah, the MOE stuff is a complete, it's really difficult. It's like a P equals NP kind of problem. Like, if you want to get orange pilled from a store of value perspective, all you have to do is orange pill yourself. You just realize Bitcoin's really good. You buy it, you hold it, that's it. If you want to get orange pilled as a medium of exchange thing, then if you own a business, you can accept Bitcoin and no one will ever use it. Or you can tell every business in your town to accept Bitcoin and then just have them all tell you no. So that's overly pessimistic, because you can get some success here, but it's really difficult. The fundamental difference is orange pilling other people is much harder than orange pilling yourself. So that's why MOE is always the unknown struggle. It's unquantifiable. And the worst part is when people do start getting orange pilled, they all use like Cake Wallet or some abomination like that. And I'm just, where's your node? Where's your Lightning node? What are you using here? Even Lightning devs are using Phoenix. And I'm like, you're not even running your own node here. What? And you're a Lightning developer. Anyway, let's say hello to Bitcoin Motorist. Thanks for joining, mate.
Hey, guys. Hey, everyone. Hey, Justin. Hey, Dave, Greg, Mechanic. Good to see all of you. Catch the game, guys? No, I'm just kidding.
A real OG here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you saying that. So, I just wanted to I think maybe you guys have maybe covered all this because I was kind of joining late, but I just want to say what we're doing and what we're not doing, because I think I heard you on Spaces talking to David Bailey, Mechanic, and I think there was some confusion with what David Bailey was saying. You guys were sort of talking past each other, so I just want to make it clear what it is we're doing and what it is that we're saying. I think David Bailey was saying, "Oh, well, these foundry miners, they're going to vote against it, and that'll be the end of it. And what you were trying to say, and what we're trying to say, is we don't care what those miners vote for. They don't get to veto this. And what we're doing here, we're not out here telling people, please, 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 won't you please help us activate BIP110. We're not doing that.
That's how Wang views SegWit.
Yeah.
He thinks they helped us activate SegWit. That's how he views it. In retrospect, I'm like, no, we told you you're not allowed to do anything else. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's the point.
No, you're
Foundry are correct in saying this isn't our decision, so they passed the buck to the miner. And that's what Core did back in SegWit. They said, it's not our decision, so we're going to make it lot false. So they passed the buck to the miners, meaning the pools. All that's now the next domino to fall should be the miners on Foundry saying, well, it's not our decision either. Let's look at what the network is telling us it wants to enforce. Looks like they want to enforce BIP110. Who's against this thing? Lots of treasury bros, lots of suit coiners, lots of people with podcasts. Does any of that materially matter at the protocol level? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So that needs to be where the decision making comes from. On that same space as you're talking about, Patrick, motorist.
You can call me Patrick or motorist.
All right.
Either one's fine.
On that same podcast, Udi was saying, okay, so 100,000 people run nodes and 15% of them support BIP110. What about the 300 million Bitcoiners out there that don't run nodes? I'm saying they are, by definition, irrelevant. If they're not going to participate at the protocol level, why am I supposed to try and figure out what it is they want and what they don't want when they're deliberately telling me that they don't have an opinion on it? I'm sorry, it's permissionless. It's wide open for you to come in and start enforcing a rule if you think it needs to be brought about. If you're deliberately going to not do that, when we fought every war we can to make that as cheap and as available as possible for you, then I don't need to listen to your opinion on it. I'm not going to assume that all of those silent hundreds of millions of Bitcoiners are in favor of things on my side, but I'm not going to assume they're against me either. I'm just going to say, well, sorry, less than 1% of the network made a decision about a soft fork, and the other people abstained. There's not much we can do beyond that.
Yeah. And I wanted to be clear why we're doing this. Like, why are you FUD busting? Why are we on this, whatever this is, a live stream or...
Well, because, I don't know, I figured...
I have an answer, but I'll hear your answer first and I'll give you
No, I want to hear yours first, actually. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So what we're doing here, I'll take a page out of Saifedean. So Saifedean, he goes out there and he tells people that shitcoins are stupid, don't invest in shitcoins. And people kind of misconstrue what Saifedean is saying. He's not begging and pleading you not to invest in shitcoins because he doesn't, he doesn't want you to invest in shitcoins. He doesn't care if you invest in shitcoins or not. He just wants to be on there saying ahead of time, I've been saying for years since 2017, don't invest in shitcoins. You guys didn't listen to me and you got wrecked. By the way, here's my tweet from 2018, from 2017 saying don't invest in shitcoins. What we're doing here is we're busting the FUD so that there's people out there who listen to idiots like Porton Hoddle and Wicked and Reardon, and they listen to them and they're gonna be blindsided. And we're just out here saying, don't say we didn't tell you. This is going to happen, and it could go smoothly, or you could go through a lot of pain, and we don't want to see you go through a lot of pain. It's not that it's your decision. These bad actors don't get a veto. But yeah, I can listen to what's your reason for being here and doing this and busting this FUD.
Mining decentralization. So we just had someone we just joined. Mining decentralization does not exist. So deferring to it for any of these kinds of decisions is inappropriate. And the fact that people the fact that people want to do that, you've got a signaling rate of 0% or 1% or whatever we're at the moment. Is irrelevant to me. And the fact that people defer to the industry for these decisions is so upside down for me. Like, there are loads of Bitcoiners out there in the space that are like, you have no support, guys. If Coinbase supported it, if Tether supported it, if Foundry supported it, yeah, sure. And you even saw the core devs betray this. When Mara did something that indicated support for the Great Consensus cleanup, they were like, there you go, that's how you activate a soft fork. I'm like, it's the opposite. Why would you want a completely regulated, giant, publicly traded company to start saying these are what the rules of Bitcoin should be? How would you ever possibly think that's a good idea? They've told us over and over again who they are. When they censorship resist by Slipstream, they just subject everything to terms and conditions. When they want to start doing OFAC compliance, right, that's how they modify their template construction. Why would you ever want a top-down change to Bitcoin's consensus rules. You want it to come from the unwashed masses, the people without podcasts. You want it to come from them. And they're called non-economic nodes. And I'm like, no, they're not. They are one step above non-economic, which makes them non-capturable. It makes them devoid of having investors that will sue them. It makes them no longer risk averse. They don't care. They'll pull pins out of grenades. They don't care. But they're real users. They're the only people I trust with the Bitcoin network. And it's the opposite of the Giacomo stance. Like, oh, it's people and people are really dumb and the democracy's stupid. And I'm like, who else are you going to trust with it? Giant corporations. Like they're going to make Bitcoin more anti-fragile and more censorship resistant. As if. Anyway, let's say hello to Luke Mikish. Is it Mikish? I don't know how you say your last name, bro.
Luke, good to talk to you, man.
Good to see you guys. I don't know how to say my last name either. I think you got to pretend like there's a H on the end. I think I'm.
Mikic, yeah.
There you go, nailed it. Nice to meet all of you guys. I haven't met before. I didn't want to completely derail this conversation.
Well,
but
before you get started, I omitted the people waiting. So we got Canute who just joined. Everyone knows Canute, and Chris Guida just joined as well. Thanks for joining, Chris. Luke was going to hit us with a couple of he's not been through it all monetary maxi yet, so he's going to give us some normie questions. Let's see how we do with this. Go for it, Luke.
So I'm a monetary maximalist, always have been, always been a Bitcoin maximalist, but I just cannot wrap my head around the whole debate because I'm a massive technical dumbass. So again, if any of my questions are horrific questions, you're welcome to tell me I'm a dumbass. You're welcome to kick me off the stream. I don't mind. I'm genuinely trying to understand what's happening, because if I can understand what's happening, I can actually, I want to actually contribute and help because I think it's needed.
The whole point of this stream is just to be debunking kind of commonly asked questions and FUD. And I'm sure whatever you say here is not going to be stupider than what Michael Saylor copied and pasted out of ChatGPT yesterday. So you can feel that, you're above his level right out of the gate. So go for it, man.
Yeah, that was horrific. So for me, the first red flag that I had was blowing out op return from 80 bytes to 100,000. And every time I ask that question, why did we do that? The response that I get from the spamming and the scamming apologists is, oh, but people were spamming on chain before, so let's just blow it open. Is that just a straw man that people are using now? Am I wrong to say that?
No, you're not. Saylor said the same thing a while ago, back when he was sort of on the fence about it. He was like, you can make that argument on layer one, but second order and third order thinking is where you suddenly realize the consequences of it. So it's like downtown in my city, right? There was a pretty bad homeless problem. Like, you can't really walk around with your kids in the downtown of my city because there's just that much homelessness and drug use going on, and people bent over on fentanyl and stuff. So then it's Canada. So they start with the whole, let's give them clean needles. Because if we give them clean needles, at least they're not going to be dying of overdoses and stuff like that, or infections and things like that. What they don't realize is that makes the problem way worse in the long term, but it does get rid of one of the immediate effects of it. So that was the op return thing. Let's have garbage cans, right? We've got this complete mess in the middle of our town. One of the local parks is overrun with homeless, and they're pouring litter all over the floor. Let's give them a couple of garbage cans, and then they can use them, and it will be strictly better. But the context of that is, well, you're not really dealing with the problem. Bitcoin can't be treated like an arbitrary data dump because it centralizes what happens at the node level. So yeah, we can get shit out of the UTXO set by trying to hope people use op return instead, which is the garbage can for data, rather than being left on the floor, which is the UTXO set. We can do that, but that at the same time gives us a worse problem later, because we've just started moving open things to allow more arbitrary data into Bitcoin. Even if it was possible, it was 83 bytes and you could go around the limit. Now that the fact that they've gotten rid of the limit just makes it permanently worse, because Bitcoin is now just open for that kind of business. And you can either go in the direction of soliciting arbitrary data on Bitcoin, or you can go in the direction of frustrating it. You can't do both at once. So the fact that core went that direction meant we have to go back the other direction resolutely now. I'm not even sure I'm addressing exactly what you said, but there are only really two ways you can go. You have to frustrate arbitrary data, or you have to turn a blind eye to it, which is essentially the same as as endorsing more of it. I guess there are three paths there, not two. Am I even addressing what you said? I'm sorry.
I can jump in also.
Go ahead, Chris.
Jump in, Chris.
Yeah, so there's kind of two answers to this question. The first answer is that, yes, your instinct is correct. Their explanation as to why they got rid of why they got rid of the op-return limit is complete bullshit. And they know that it's bullshit, and that's why they cut off discussion, after a very short time. They were like, "Oh, you didn't talk to us on the mailing list. Oh, you did talk to us on the mailing list," and then they just ran away and blocked us and stuff whenever we tried to push back. That's the first answer. The second answer is they have this ideology it's basically utopian thinking or magical thinking, where we assume that Bitcoin works because we assume that monetary usage ultimately has more demand than data spam usage. They picture data spam has this like fixed amount of demand, and that monetary use has like this increasing amount of demand over time. And if you talk to them, and I talked to Peter Wolla about this on Delving Bitcoin, and they will say, we believe that monetary usage will pay more fees than the data storage use case. And if it doesn't, Bitcoin doesn't work. So they have this kind of like belief in, well, monetary use is just going to drown out the data spam.
Yeah.
But there isn't any evidence for this. There's
evidence to the contrary, which is worse.
Yeah. So what our side says is no. The demand for data spam is not fixed, right? There is not a fixed amount of data spam. This is where they get we just have to do harm reduction, right? There's always going to be a certain amount of people spamming with data, and there's nothing we can do about that. So that except we can give them larger trash cans. But what they don't realize is that if we're hostile to the spammers go away. And this is what mechanic, I think, what you were saying. When we show hostility to them, they get scared and they run away because we can break their protocols.
And then you get stuck with them pointing out, but there's still spam. And we're saying, yeah, but there's less of it. And they're like, but there's still spam. And we just say, well, but there's less of it. And they just say, well, it doesn't matter because there's still spam. I don't know how to deal with people that are either that stupid or that disingenuous. Like, if you keep annoying people that are trying to spam a protocol by moving stuff around to make it more annoying for them, there is always going to be less spam than there otherwise would have been. And you don't have any other choice. Like, it's a cat and mouse game. I'm like, I have to do it.
That if you live in a neighborhood and there's 10 houses, there's blockchains that are absolutely perfect for what these guys want to do, but they want to co-opt Bitcoin because it's a luxury brand and because they can use our nodes to relay their bullshit. So if you lived in a neighborhood and the police came around and said there's a determined burglar, would you remove, and the determined burglar will not stop. He's going to break into homes. Now he could potentially go around and if he's determined enough, he's going to get in one of the windows around the side. What Core has done is essentially said, come in and just make it easy for them and remove the padlock on your front door.
Yeah, open the front.
Why would you do that?
It's
exactly.
the leaving the car unlocked so they don't break your window.
Same thing.
That was
Exactly.
the logic of it. Like, op-return, at least it's not a broken window. Anyway.
Yeah, so the determined burglar, he is going to break into a house. You don't want it to be yours, so you're not going to make it easier on the guy. You're going to make it more difficult. If you try something else, you'll make it even more difficult. You don't want him to break it anyhow, but if he's going to do that, make sure it's not yours. So, also I've heard people say that what you're essentially doing is inviting in a whack-a-mole situation. Well, it certainly worked with Vitalik.
Yeah, it worked. That mole went and did his own entire whole ass network. It was beautiful.
Of course.
Can you imagine? This is my, we have everything we ever need as a case study. Hey, we think big op returns are bad. Do you have any evidence? Yeah. They were made bigger in exactly the same way on BSV, and then they got swamped with the grossest kind of media you could ever imagine. All right, but the spam filter is doing more harm than good. It doesn't do anything. Nope. We had a spam filter and it made Vitalik rage quit developing on Bitcoin. It made him go and do Ethereum somewhere else. Like, we have all these case studies. We want to do a minority user activated soft fork. Oh, you can't do those. They'll never succeed. I'm like, nope, we did one of those in 2017 as well, with fewer people than support BIP110. Like, every time they come at me with a theoretical argument against what we're doing, I'm like, here's the case study of when it succeeded in the past. So stop arguing against reality with abstract thoughts that clearly don't match it. Oh, spam will be outpriced by financial activity. Well, it's gone in the opposite direction. The chain is more and more filled with junk data. So why can't I just point to manifest reality and say, I don't care what your theory is, it's wrong because the practice is just different. What's
Well,
up,
so,
Canute?
but they have, oh, all right, go ahead.
I got to hear from Canute. He just joined.
Yeah.
Someone just said you
can
look
you
like
hear
you're
me?
streaming from inside a microwave.
Yeah, I admit to that. The lighting isn't too good in here, and I don't have my regular setup. Can you hear me well, though?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. All right. I think there's a deeper meta point here to be made because if I'm going to devil's advocate the core developers' position, it is that they are trying to act neutral and just adapt to how the network is being used. And this was not always the case because the legacy core developers were adamant that Bitcoin is money and they acted in ways to protect that. But now they don't do so anymore. And in a way, it's good to have a neutral Bitcoin core that does not value, they don't put their own values into the thing, or at least that's what they're saying that they are doing. But that means that we plebs have to do it for them. There is no other way. So the soft fork, I think at this point, it is an end in itself to just signal who's actually in charge. Like if nodes are not in charge of Bitcoin, Bitcoin is not Bitcoin.
I agree.
So if we don't, so this the meta debate here is even more important than what the fork is actually about. We can fight spam and we can do the whack-a-moles and stuff, and that's all fine, and that's why the fork exists to begin with. But right now we really need to course correct and do the I'm the captain now thing, because we need to be the captain now guy. Otherwise the other captain is going to run the oil tanker into into an island somewhere in the Caribbean called Little St. James, and that's horrible. Yeah.
Can I add something to that? Just I want to ask Knut what his thought is. And like when you say that, like I feel like the discussions that I'm seeing on X or Twitter or whatever, like that seems like they are completely discounting that. They're not even thinking about that problem at all whatsoever on the community side. But
no, and there's this. I hear a lot that Bitcoin is not only the nodes. It's the wallet developers. It's the miners. It's the industry. It's all of these players. It's all of us combined, and there's sort of a power struggle between us. But I don't see it that way. I see it as if the nodes aren't in charge, then what's the fucking point? If we can't tighten the rules, if we can't say, no, you cannot do that, then the miners are, because I think the big confusion that makes people fall for big shitcoiner narratives, one of the biggest ones is in mainstream media, they always say that miners find Bitcoins, which is not true. Miners get paid by Bitcoiners to find block space for them. And this confusion has caused so much damage because people think that miners ought to have power, which is it's absolutely not true. Like
I completely agree, man. And this is why when you try and throw them a bone by saying, hey, we've added a mechanism in our soft fork that allows you to activate it early, by the way, everyone goes, that means they control it, right? And we're like, no, it really doesn't. I ran BIP110 with the plan of it activating no matter what they do, because I really don't care what they do. But the minute you put in early activation logic, this one's at 55%. They all go, it's 55%. Therefore, miners must be in control, really, and they haven't activated it. I'm like, of course they haven't activated it. There was no way the
very
miners were going to do
reminiscent
that. We just let them have a mechanism.
2017, we had the thing that lowered the threshold to 80% instead of 95%. Of what I don't remember what that BIP was called, but like my conviction in Bitcoin was cemented or like ironclad during that era because of the user-activated soft fork. Because that's the exact thing that told me that this is not like that. The big money cannot control this thing. That is why I love Bitcoin to begin with. Like that's the moment, and getting to live through it again, it's a blessing. Like if we're, because we won the battle, but the war is still on. If we can win this battle too, which I definitely think we will, because why wouldn't we? They're not gonna. The game theory is on, especially after the Foundry thing, because I think they really shot themselves in the foot there. Even if it's fake news, it doesn't matter. Bitcoin Magazine shot themselves in the foot by just publishing the article, because now every miner is aware. Like even those, and I think they were aware before this also, of course, but now they have to be aware, which means that the game theory thing, the prisoner's dilemma thing, is going to play out. Yeah, and there is no way that we can't win that.
Yeah,
so Sailor can't stop talking about it. They're aware.
No,
yeah, they're aware.
It's fantastic. The Sailor thing is like, yes, he doesn't understand that he's shooting himself in the foot. So 110 reasons that BIP110 is bad. That reeks of desperation. Reason that it's not bad is because it shows Sailor who the fuck is in charge here.
Yeah,
it does. I don't care about no.
They keep corroborating what we're saying. Like the theory is what it is, and it is true. Like when they ask me, what if Foundry doesn't flip the bit? They can just ignore it. I keep saying it's not Foundry's decision. Then Foundry come out with an announcement and say, hey, there's this soft fork. We don't want to make a decision about it, so we're going to ask someone else. And I'm like, there you go. They've just told you what I've been telling you. It's not up to Foundry what the network rules are. It's up to them not to break them and not mine proper blocks and bankrupt themselves. That's all a miner has. That's it.
Imagine being a hash monger that mines with Foundry, and you're a hash monger and you're on this FPPS pool, and you tell them that you're pro BIP110. So why the fuck aren't you mining with Ocean to begin with? Like, why are you with Foundry?
Can I say something to add to that? I just love the discrepancy of like MicroStrategy or Strategy has over 800,000 Bitcoins supposedly, and Knut here is calling in from what looks like a microwave, and he has the pleb aura, right? Knut obviously runs a node or more nodes, I don't know, but is a pleb. And you have a company right here that doesn't even run, like they don't even have one Satoshi on the Lightning Network deployed, but they're sitting on, Lightning has like 5,000 Bitcoins on it in public capacity. So there's this huge discrepancy in having the wherewithal to say and decide the future of the protocol, and you're not even doing anything productive with the coins that you have amassed in this entity, but you have the balls to go out and say, here's some ChatGPT slop on why this thing sucks, right? So it just, I agree with you as well, Knut, in that if I were, like, I always think, like, what's my enemy, if we could call it enemy now, what's my enemy thinking? And I would never talk about this if I were these guys, right? But now, as you've said, the cat's out of the bag, and it's too late now.
That's what's getting me, Dave, because I'm like, the only point of there is 0 people that turned off their BIP110 node because of that article. So who is he writing it for? It must just be signaling to other people that for some reason he's obligated to support whatever their endeavors are at the moment. I don't see why else you would write.
Can I just add a little thing that can I just you know The Big Short, right? And when they're saying like, why are they confessing? You know. Yeah, they're bragging, right? They're bragging, and this happens in history all over. Like every time,
could be that.
You do the wrong thing. At the end of the day, your tongue will speak against you, and it's very interesting how this plays out.
See you, Luke. Sorry, we just immediately got sidetracked, but good to see you, mate.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I got to bounce. Have a good one.
See you, Luke.
Greg's had his hand up forever, man. We got to let him talk.
May I just ask a short question? Dave, are you by any chance a fellow Swede?
Yes, I'm half Swedish. Yes.
All right. Yeah, I thought I could detect it.
Yeah, the accent maybe. Yeah. You got me.
Tjena, tjena. Oh, no.
Tjena, tjena.
Yeah.
So Luke has gone, but I wanted to follow up on his question. Yeah, I think I wanted to show that maintainers of core are on a slippery slope because initially in 2023, if I remember correctly, they, even earlier, they first removed an anti-spam filter when they introduced Taproot. And then Leo have provided implementation to the core so that they can bring that filter back again, but they rejected it. Now we have Core V30, which removed another anti-spam filter because there are many kinds of anti-spam filters because there are many kinds of spam. And this time they removed this filter for op return. And it, by the way, doesn't mean that now op return size is limited at 100 kilobytes by that filter. No, it's not. The other filter, yet another filter, just makes it impossible to, maybe not impossible, but makes it so that it's not relayed by default by the nodes in the network. But if they remove yet another filter, then even 1 megabyte of op return transaction will be relayed using their software, which is Core. And it's exactly the opposite of what we should do. We should advance this anti-spam filters. We should implement more and more advanced ones. And by the way, we need both anti-spam filters of various kind and also BIP110. And by the way, BIP110 is the best software in Bitcoin history.
I agree. It's the most contentious for that very reason. If BIP110 was a happy thing that everyone was saying, oh, this is fine, we got consensus, that would just be because it didn't really do all that much. It actually does a lot. And that's part of the whole psyop of it, is to pretend it's basically pointless.
Yeah, I read such a wonderful tweet, like self-owned tweet here, retweeting Sailor's 110 Reasons from a guy called Oliver L. Velez. Bitcoin Intelligence. I don't know who this guy is, but he says that the president is the real danger. So that the president that he thinks
the president that plebs control Bitcoin. The president that they don't is the real danger.
Yeah, the president was 148, not 110.
Yeah,
but anyway,
we've done it before, but then you just get to the Matt Odell lie where they say, no, everyone supported BIP148. They just tell you that. They just lie to your face. They're like, oh, no, it had consensus. I'm like, dude, I could count on one hand the number of people I knew that supported that thing. It was none of us. It was Luke and me. All of Core were against it. Come on, man. That didn't have consensus.
He goes on to write, if Bitcoin changes consensus rules to ban one category of valid transactions because a group dislikes their purpose, what's to stop future groups from banning privacy tools, stable coin settlement, BitVM, corporate uses, and other unpopular applications? Nothing. This is the point. We want to stop that shit, except maybe the privacy part. But you know, the other shit, like, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to stop these assholes from using Bitcoin for shit.
Yep.
Yeah. Like at the end of the day, the slippery slope argument. They're saying these people that are trying to make Bitcoin work better as money, the mechanism they're using could be used by them to make Bitcoin work worse as money. So therefore, we can't let them have any power over anything, even though they demonstrably do have power and are using it for exactly what they're motivated to use it for, which is the good thing. They're trying to make Bitcoin work more efficiently as money by putting guardrails on Taproot and limit op return. Why would you... I'm sorry, you guys want to do something good for Bitcoin, but if I relent and accept that you have any kind of power over the network, then you might become corrupt. So let's defer to Bitmain and Foundry and Michael Saylor, because those guys are somehow incorruptible, right? They're completely They are sage people. They will never do anything to compromise the network. Go ahead, motorist. Wait, I got.
All right, so
coming in. Who's this?
yeah. So what I was going to say, I want to go back briefly to the Foundry thing. So, the Foundry thing proves obviously what you were saying, Mechanic, which is that they're not necessarily against this, right? Except for maybe Chun, which is interesting because I wanted to make a point about Chun, right?
As in Wang Chun?
Came out. Chung, yeah, Chun. I guess Portland Hollow calls him Chun, and I think Chun or Chun might be the correct pronunciation. So I'll try to be respectful. So Chun or Chun, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. It's interesting because Chun or Chun was the only person who runs a big mining pool who actually said anything negative about BIP110. And it's very, very telling how he was approaching it. He wasn't coming out and saying, I hate this stuff. You guys are all idiots. Have fun forking off. That's not what he said. What he was actually saying is, hey guys, please don't do this. Respect the miners. So it was funny because he's actually afraid of this thing. He's not like laughing it off, saying, yeah, I'm just going to ignore it. You guys suck. Have fun with your fork. Chun's not saying that because he's smarter than that, right? Idiots like Reardon and Wicked and Mr. Hoddle, they're saying stuff like that. Chun,
yeah, they think the miners actually have the right to veto this thing. And Chun knows they don't.
Yeah, and this is if I'm permitted to, and I said this a while back, so I'll say it again. But my prediction is that Chun will be the first to blink and actually flip the bit because he actually understands this thing and he actually fears it.
That would be great.
That would be a funny development. I think Luke just joined, unless it's someone pretending to be Luke. Is that you?
No, I'm just someone pretending to be Luke.
All
It's
right.
probably like the Howard Stern show where, hey, look, we've got Luke with us.
Luke, so it's 19 days till we activate. Are you ready to be a dictator of all things Bitcoin yet? Are we going to be in charge of everything once this thing activates?
I hope not. I hope some of the other developers wake up and come over and start participating.
Well, we've tried to make it so that the core forks with BIP110 in them are runnable. If people are like, we will acquiesce to BIP110, but we don't want to run knots for whatever reason, I'm like, way ahead of you. We forked core so that you can just run it like that. We don't need to paint a massive target and get the whole network running knots. This is not how it's been presented. Like, I don't just want the whole network running knots. I wish core would be like, okay, if people really want BIP110, we'll review the fork that was submitted. Instead, they just marked it as spam, closed it, wouldn't let anyone talk about it, and now no one has any choice. So if people start running knots, they're like, oh, it was a hostile takeover attempt. I'm like, well, we tried. We did write the entire fork for you. We rebased all of BIP110 onto core on both version 30 and 31. And have we done 31.1 yet? I don't even know who's in charge of that stuff. But if people run knots, it's because you wouldn't let us put the fork everyone is going to have to run in 20 days onto your client. I mean, it's not our fault you're making core not a full node anymore. That's really not a bright idea, guys. I'm sorry.
Should we go? 31.1 is fan quakes.
What's that?
Looks like 31.1 is fan quakes.
Nice. All right. Let me see if I can get it stopped
Do they
screen
take turns?
sharing for some reason. I'm trying to. Is this the Vortex tab? All right. Can you all see my Vortex tab now?
Yes.
All right. So we were going through this, which was good fun. We did number one. Protecting Bitcoin's neutrality means you're supposed to eschew things that aren't money. If you say it should be neutral with regard to use cases, then you're just making it worse as money. So I think that's Chris's point when it comes to debunking neutrality.
I have a quick point on this, which I posted as a reply to you, Mechanic, which is Bitcoin's consensus rules are not neutral. Bitcoin's consensus rules are designed to make Bitcoin good money, because bad money is considered to be immoral and harmful. And Satoshi was obvious about this when he released the white paper and the accompanying emails and documentation. So, for instance, inflation is considered to be morally bad, or arbitrary inflation is considered to be morally bad. And so that's why a bug in the consensus rules that allows arbitrary inflation is considered a bug. And when a developer says we should fix this and submits the fix, we don't hear a bunch of core devs saying that's censorship. That's just how the consensus rules are. No,
Yeah.
there's a social consensus that operates in parallel with the technical consensus, and the social consensus is actually primary. And
Yeah,
it can look at the technical consensus and goes, there is a problem with this. We need to fix it.
This is why,
And
yeah.
that's deployed with 0% hash rate for it.
Eh?
Exactly, that's true. That was a soft fork, I imagine.
Yeah, so we've done that before. That's an annoying troll that they keep saying that this is rushed and that we need more than 55%. But yeah, Chris, that's the point. Taking this relativistic stance that no one can define anything, you immediately get to say, okay, the inflation bug that happened however long ago, that wasn't a bug. Purpose of software is what it does. Like, there's no intentionality behind Bitcoin. It's not supposed to be anything except what cypherpunks can figure out they can do with it. So like, oh, a guy figured out how to put JPEGs on the chain. So based. Yeah, really based. It doesn't contradict the entire purpose of the project. Nope, we're not allowed to think that. We're not allowed to optimize Bitcoin and make that more annoying in any way. We just have to go, wow, so based. Like, it's maddening, guys. So let's look at argument number 2. I'm sorry, I'm going to make us go through all these. We're not going to do all 110 stupid Sailor rules, but we should probably do this. So argument, like saying it needs to be neutral with regard to use, I don't know. I'm not even going to reiterate what you just said. I obviously agree, Chris. So number 2 from Vortex. Again, I'll reiterate for anyone that's just joined. Every time some new BIP110 person comes along, Adam Back is there 8 seconds later posting this list of rules that they keep saying is not debunked. So this is what FUD busting Sunday is about as we enter the 19th, the last 19 days of non-BIP110 activation. So here it is. Vortex. BIP110 doesn't actually solve the problem. As Peter Todd demonstrated, these filters are easily bypassed as he successfully embedded the entire 6,000 word text of BIP110 into a single transaction by fragmenting the data across multiple 256 byte push data elements and 83 byte op returns. So this proves the fork doesn't stop data. It only increases the transaction fee tax for users. A mischaracterization of the BIP, obviously. I'll let one of you guys go first, but we do not stop arbitrary data with BIP110. That is a claim that none of us have made. We are well aware of the fact that you can continue adding data to Bitcoin in ways that BIP110 will allow. It's not the point. So is it just a simple straw man? Who wants to take it?
Well, that's not true either. It does stop defined arbitrary data. It doesn't stop all spam, but it does stop a large amount of spam simply by the second and third order effects.
That's definitely true too. It definitely, talking about defined methods for how you add it versus undefined spam, there's a meaningful distinction, but they're not usually letting us have that. And they usually try and operate within their frame of reference, just so I can convincingly slam dunk on their position. But obviously I agree. Yeah. You want to grab it, Chris?
Yeah, so as you said, this is clearly just a misreading of the BIP. The BIP does not say, we can stop all data spam forever with this. That's clearly not what it's trying to do. I actually found a Nick Szabo tweet from like a year ago that actually explains one of the primary problems that BIP110 solves. So I'm just going to read it. It says, having a feature that looks like it's intended for non-financial content may be a much larger legal risk than having a feature intended for financial transactions that is subverted to post non-financial content. It's not all just bits in the eyes of the law. A feature that looks like it's intended for non-financial content also sends a strong social signal that non-financial content is welcome on Bitcoin. So if you look at BIP110's design, it gets rid of all of the places in script that somebody could argue this looks like official support for arbitrary data storage. So it doesn't stop all arbitrary data storage, but it does stop all of the places where it looks like officially supported arbitrary data storage.
Yeah.
And again, if we go back to history, then the precedent has been set that community hostility to spammers does indeed work, because what did Vitalik want to do? Essentially build Ethereum on Bitcoin, and he was community hostility. To such outrage was poured upon him that he did the right thing and left. And
Yeah.
so
Vitalik figured out that it would be really annoying trying to develop on an ecosystem that kept telling him to piss off. So I'm asking core devs to have a spine once in their life and tell people to piss off. That's all you needed to do, guys. It wasn't a technical thing. It was a spinal thing.
Well, they're
I
telling
would say
people to piss off, just the wrong people.
Yeah, all right. They told us to piss off, but, you know.
forcing spammers into increasingly less efficient methods of doing what they do is a win. I don't see how that can be anything but a win. Why you would do the opposite of that, I just don't understand.
So here's argument 3 of his, and I
Well,
don't get
before
this.
we go on to that,
Go ahead.
it's also worth noting that the remaining avenues for spam all have plausible deniability. There are correct interpretations that are not data storage. Like if you look at the transaction, what they've put there is not data storage. It is something else. They're misinterpreting it as data storage.
Yeah, they've made it really hard to bring up points like this because they contaminate anyone making arguments about I'd rather it be legal to run a node than illegal to run a node. If you say that, they jump on you and say, well, cypherpunks don't care what's legal and illegal. And
Well, legal or not, it's still an ethical thing.
it is an ethical thing,
Right.
but plausible deniability that's a crossover between, like, if it's either it's ethical or it's not, but plausibly deniable or not is usually something you say in a legal context, no? What do
I
you think?
suppose, but the fact remains that if I am distributing payment date information, it's still payment information to me. It's even if no matter what they do with it once they get it.
Now,
Right. The point is that intention matters. If you are running a Bitcoin node and your intention is to participate in running a financial network and host records, histories of people's payments, then anything that gets jammed into your computer that doesn't do that is not your responsibility, or it's less your responsibility. So yeah, like as a legal thing and as a moral thing. So when cypherpunks say, "Oh, we don't want the law to be able to tell us what to do," they're not saying we want to be able to do immoral things. Maybe some of them are saying that, but usually what they mean is we want to be able to do moral things that are not necessarily legal.
Yeah, that's my take on it too. And also there's a practical stance on it. Like there are 2 anti-BIP110 guys I know that I'm good friends with that are like, I should be allowed to have CSAM on a computer in my house. That shouldn't be a jailable offense. That's what their argument is. Wang Chun said it too. All data is just ones and zeros. And Francis Pouliot, the last time he sort of made a based contribution to this, was like, you can't show up at court on a charge of having that kind of stuff on your laptop and say, hey, you all didn't know this, but turns out all data is just ones and zeros. And they go, oh my God, and you walk out of the court successful. It doesn't work like that, because not only is that not how the law is set up, it's also just not how people think. If you're caught with that stuff on your hard drive, you can't just say, oh, it was a Bitcoin node. It isn't going to work like that. It would create a social contamination that would just completely wipe it out. Even if the law was like, we'll help you. We know that it's not your fault that giant op returns containing CSAM are on Bitcoin nodes now. So if you have this stuff and it's in a Bitcoin node on your house, we'll leave you alone. Don't worry about it. It's legal. Imagine if they get that kind of safe harbor protection to everyone, blanket. It would still be gross. You still wouldn't want to run a node like you do today. And that's what that would centralize.
Law to make it illegal.
What's that?
Well,
And there's
I'd want to change the law to make it illegal.
I think it's an abusable law, unfortunately. Like
okay,
I don't know if I agree with that.
I think this is the argument that I slightly disagree with, like on a whole other level, because I think the moral argument is way easier. Like, why would anyone need more than 40 bytes in an op return ever? Like, why is it moral to cram arbitrary data into a Bitcoin transaction. Like that's the moral. The other arguments are sort of the mudding the message of that argument. Why would I want Bitcoin to be anything but money? To me, that's the bigger moral issue, that someone is using Bitcoin for something that isn't money, and that you can cram, that there's a field where you can cram in that much data specifically added for that purpose. And I mean, there's a reason NOTS has the policy at 43 bytes or 42 bytes, right? And it's a hash. You can cram whatever data you need to be proven, to be proving the existence of into a single hash. Because all you can do with data crammed into the blockchain is prove that it existed at one point. You can't really do anything else. That's the only value add the time chain has to the data itself. That and free storage on other people's computers. But I think that's the bigger moral hazard, and it's sort of, that's why I never liked the CSAM argument, because it sort of takes the focus away from that issue, and that's the principled stance and the principled hill I want to die on, is like Bitcoin is money, for fuck's sake. Why is there data here at all?
There's also the ability to have free storage on other people's computers with things like Freenet and BitTorrent. The only purpose of trying to put it on Bitcoin is to intentionally force it on people that do not want it.
Right, exactly. There's this common saying with the First Amendment, which is, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Okay, so as a Bitcoin node runner, you're saying that about a financial activity that passes through the Bitcoin node. You're saying, I may not agree with this payment that you're making, but I will defend to the death your right to make this payment. Okay.
To pay it. That's the. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
if you turn the Bitcoin network into an arbitrary data storage network, you're forcing an additional commitment onto all Bitcoin node runners, which is, I may not agree with this data that you're storing on my node, but I will defend to the death your right to do it. And I think that's the sort of switcheroo that's happening here.
I'm not censoring you. I'm just saying, take it to, like Luke said, take it to BitTorrent. That's not censorship. Saying, oh, don't do that on Bitcoin, do that on BitTorrent. It's not censorship unless you're a retard to think that that's censorship.
We got two hands up.
I'll go first. So I think it's all upside down. Like they kind of try to argue about the best way to spam the network. We don't want any spam in the network. Like it doesn't matter. Like the purpose of the work of the developers should be to optimize Bitcoin, to make it better, and not discuss what is the best way, or actually advocate spammers what they should exploit in Bitcoin to push their spam in the network.
Dave?
That advocacy to me has been the most mind-blowing thing ever. For the life of me, I don't know why anybody in the world would advocate for that. We should be advocating and orange pilling people to use money, sound money, but people who will yell and scream about the right to spam Bitcoin, that I'll never understand that.
It's classic, like, you can't have rights without an understanding of your responsibility. And I'm not interested in irresponsible people telling me about their rights, because you don't have rights when you can't act with any kind of responsibility. It's gone. You're just another child to me. Like children, I'm pretty sure Luke agrees with me on this. They don't have those kinds of rights. That's why you get to tell them what to do, because they aren't capable of being responsible for themselves yet. So
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
All right.
This is a libertarian principle. Like this is Rothbardian ethics through and through.
Like children have a right to informed consent for vaccines, but because of their inability to use reason, their parents act on their behalf. But they still have those rights.
I like that, and I can agree. Do you feel the need to?
No, I absolutely agree.
Let's go with this.
And people in the public sector are children, by the way.
We're gonna
Because they
get
can't support
we're
them.
gonna get through this vortex thing. We're on the 3rd out of 10. So this one, as far as I can tell, he's making the Tone Vase mistake, which is somehow making spam filter arguments against BIP110. I don't know why he's doing that here. Obviously, he's not confused between the two. So it says.
No, he's not technical. That's why.
Yeah,
Vortex
he's
isn't
just not technical. So BIP110, he says, incentivizes centralizing block space market. Capping the public relay at 83 bytes forces high volume data users to bypass the P2P network and instead pay large mining pools directly via private APIs to include illegal, non-standard data, which creates a private block space market that small home node miners cannot see or profit from. Now, this would be if BIP110 was a bunch of filters that we could unilaterally activate on every single node on the network. It's not. It's a consensus rule. And those private APIs in a filtration context, we already know that if you submit illegal data to them, they don't upload it to the chain. So this is like, it's just wrong in so many ways. I don't really know how to address it.
Well, so there's a steel man here, which is basically, so basically Mara has a thing called slipstream, and the argument from the core side is, we incentivize this by having these filters that are too restrictive, where there's a lot of demand for transactions that violate this filter. And so that creates a market for slipstream and other bad actors to go against the wishes of the node runners and include these transactions anyway by overcharging on fees. And it's kind of a valid point, but the assumption there is that that's within the miner's rights to do that, which I don't agree with. I think that's hostile behavior, and I think we should counter it.
But what does it have to do with BIP110? Because BIP110 doesn't allow any out-of-band stuff. It's a consensus limit.
Because the premise of BIP110 is that we should fight we should fight spam in mempool filters. And
it is, but that's
if we make this
I would understand it if
his incentivize more filtering.
I understand it if his point was BIP110 means we're going back to the concept of spam filters in the future, and it exists because we went away from that. And I don't agree with that for reasons that are tangential to BIP110. I can get that, but
right. But again, the point of BIP110 was to reverse the change of getting rid of the op-return filter, and they're saying they did that in part to prevent the creation of these private mempools. And so,
but they were also saying that if we wanted to have that rule, we'd have to do it in consensus. They were promoting BIP110 before BIP110 was proposed.
I mean, they were always going to take the opposite end. Like, the minute we started talking about spam filters, they just said, if you really want to do anything to stop this stuff, you'll need to do a soft fork. And the minute we talked about doing a soft fork, literally within hours, Andy Back was like, well, this is dumb. Like, the place to fight spam is obviously with spam filters. And we're like, So, of course, we're not allowed to do it. We're allowed to do it, just not in whatever way there's actually energy around doing at the time. And this is not, I don't know. This is just, I'm looking at Sailor's first point here. And this one, I mean, I'm not sharing it in the Google Meet. It'll show up on YouTube. But we'll get to Sailor's stuff in a bit. I'm going to keep it moving along. So, number 4, risk of confiscation, disruption to backward compatibility. As Greg Maxwell noted, Bitcoin nodes have no global state of pre-signed transactions, so if a user has a multi-year inheritance plan or a Vault emergency exit signed offline that uses a 500-byte script or an op-if branch, BIP110 welds that exit shut, for some months by the way, and since the transaction is now consensus invalid, the funds are effectively confiscated for the duration of the fork. Very quickly, I'll just say, that sounds scary, but all Greg Maxwell is saying there is some people might deliberately create unspendable UTXOs after BIP110 activates. And he's saying, because we don't have a way of predicting that, we're not allowed to add new consensus rules. I mean, I think that's not a straw man of it. It's pretty crazy to think that we have to meet that standard with any soft fork. We're not allowed to.
Yeah.
It's also nonsense because lock time is a minimum height or a minimum time. It does not guarantee that you get mined at that height or at that time. No miner may take it for 6 months regardless.
Yeah, I mean, that would be
you're
funny,
not
wouldn't it?
guaranteed. to have before a certain height or before a certain time, only after. And BIP110, by virtue of it being temporary, preserves that behavior.
Interesting. So you're saying someone could create one of these, someone could spend one of these unspendable UTXOs that they created after the fork height, and a miner might just leave it sitting around for 8 months until the rules expire, and then they just mine it.
Right.
That's going to be...
And also, they could do that without BIP110 as well.
So you're saying that on the September the 9th of 2027, there's going to be a giant block of inscriptions because people will have spent them and revealed op-ifs in Taproot that have been unspendable for 12 months. Is that a
If
thing?
the Bitcoin community doesn't do another soft fork follow-up for it, yeah.
Yeah,
Who
well,
knows what that would even look like.
well, I mean, if it ends up being a whole bunch of consolidation, I'd argue for letting them do it. Like, that would be nice if spammers cleaned up after themselves and consolidated all these dust transactions. I'd support an exception for that stuff.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. How many of those transactions exist now? Because from what I understand, any UTXO created before activation is permanently grandfathered. So when CUNY, the Frenchman, did his simulation, wasn't there like, I have in mind 4 or 7 of these transactions exist and they're dust?
Realistically, it's all contrived scenarios. It's not something that exists in reality.
Doesn't even happen.
You would
Nobody's
have to be incredibly advanced and also incredibly stupid to be doing it the wrong way.
And incredibly unlucky.
Yeah, this is the Austin Powers steamroller meme. Have you guys seen this? Where there's a close up on the security guard, and he's like screaming, and he's clearly like making a big deal, like he's about to get crushed by the steamroller. And then it zooms in on Austin Powers driving the steamroller, and he's like, driving towards this security guard. And then it zooms all the way out, and you can see both of them in the same shot, and they're really, really far from each other. And the steamroller is going like really slow.
I'll help you out, Chris.
It's like, bro, just walk a few feet to the right, and you're gonna be fine.
This thing of risk of confiscation to me.
I'm just gonna show it.
You found it quickly.
Careful, Austin.
This is the concern that Vortex has around people generating unspendable UTXOs, temporarily unspendable UTXOs. This is the situation.
Watch out!
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
All right. Anyway, rather than explaining the meme, I thought I'd just show it.
This thing of risk of confiscation, shrieking, and to me, I posted, I don't know if it's a good analogy or not, but Central Park, you've got this gem of a park in the midst of this. I've lived in New York City, I should have the right to say it. In the midst of this urban madness, you've got a beautiful park. Literally no one would repurpose Central Park to be a garbage dump, except maybe Bitcoin Core and its funding apparatus. So imagine you've taken a Sunday afternoon and you're walking in this sterling clean park in the midst of all this madness, and some individual comes along and abuses the park and tosses down a cigarette butt. Would it be confiscation on my part to pick that cigarette butt up and put it in a trash can to get rid of it? That's confiscation? What utter lunacy. The twisted arguments and clever deceit these people use to try to fool people who don't know better just absolutely makes me sick. We should be advocating for use of Bitcoin as money, not abuse. So,
but the people that they're fooling aren't node runners. Like what I'm trying to say here is that a lot of the people that actually get fooled by that logic aren't actually sovereign enough to understand that they should run their own full node. So I don't think they're very successful in that manipulation, but I agree that it's quite an interesting tactic.
Can I jump back to Sailor for just a second, or just real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to express some of intense disappointment with some of my friends who are really much more intelligent than I am and have pretty amazing resources due to some pretty crafty trading, that haven't heard of Bitcoin, BIP110 until about a week ago, and suddenly because Michael Saylor posted 24 hours, 100 copied and pasted from ChatGPT, 110 things wrong with problems with BIP110. Now they are experts on the matter. I thought it was really clever what Fred Krueger did, and I wish I had done it. Within about 3 minutes, he he copied and pasted 110 things from ChatGPT that great things about it, and his post looked almost identical as Sailor's. So two can play that game.
Yeah, and
So,
Well, I would think if you asked it for 110 great things, then it would actually come up with something real.
yeah, and there's someone wrote in the comments that Bitcoin's original plan for spam is only solution fee market. Sick.
Not according to Satoshi. Not according to Satoshi.
Yeah, but
That's what
rather
Mr.
than make an
Satoshi
appeal
code either.
rather than make an appeal to Satoshi fallacy, that just means some spam can outbid other spam. It doesn't fix anything. Spam is never free for anyone on any protocol. I don't get the psyop that went on with Bitcoin where it's like, oh, if you pay money, then it's not spam anymore. Like,
well, and their position is not consistent anyway, because Bitcoin Core has a bunch of other spam filters that they haven't gotten rid of, and their stance, if it were consistent, implies that if there was a shitcoin protocol that launched on top of 64-byte transactions, or very, very huge transactions, or like one sat dust, that Core would be obligated to get rid of the filter that blocks those. It's just laughably inconsistent.
Yeah, a fee market makes sense if you have. Sorry to cut you off, Greg. You can jump on, but a fee market makes sense if it's payments trying to bid against each other. It doesn't make sense if it's one use case bidding against a completely unrelated use case, which has nothing to do with it, with payments bidding against something that is not a payment. It's something else completely. That's not a fee market. That's where filters come in. Sorry, Greg, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I wanted to jump in with something. Sorry, Greg. I'm just seeing this like, I want to give them some kind of. It's a concession I don't want to make, because for me, BIP110 is a life or death matter for a whole bunch of reasons. But even if it's just like some mild basic maintenance, if you're really out here saying like, look, I don't think big op returns are great, I see the op if in Taproot is always just trash. Even if that's just your opinion, I just look at it like keeping any kind of thing in order, like a house, keep it in good order. And it's like, so, or the cigarette butt that you were talking about, or like a towel on the floor or something like that. It's like, I just mean to say, if it's a problem for some reason to fix like a basic thing, like a picture's not hanging straight, if you think that's all BIP110 is, just a tiny little improvement to Bitcoin, if we can't do that, then why does that not spell ultimate disaster to you? It's like I do a million little things around my house every day to make it just slightly better. Because if I didn't have that mentality, within 6 months, my house would be absolutely just burnt to the ground. Because you actually have to do little small things to keep a thing working every single day. And so if you're doing things like, people are like, oh, we can't touch Bitcoin ever. Like, we'll break stuff. Like, people with good intentions are not thinking about second, third order consequences. I'm like, I don't think so at all. We have to keep Bitcoin in good repair and doing constant little things that make it better when emergent phenomena occur, where it's like, oh, there's a problem. We didn't expect this. We didn't expect that. Constantly keeping the thing alive and flexible and agile is really, really defensible. And it shows that the network is resilient in a new kind of way that people are afraid of because they're a little bit ignorant. They think that Bitcoin just needs to be left alone, never touched, and can work in perpetuity forever. I don't think that's true. I think the minute it gets abandoned and people just use it in this, what's the word? Like, there's a way for people to come into Bitcoin and never touch it as a protocol. They're just like, I want this as a savings account, and they own some Bitcoin, whether through a proxy or directly. And they don't understand where 21 million comes from. They don't understand that that's a life process, right? It self-sustains, it adapts to its environment, and it continues existing. And that to me is BIP110 is proof of life, and life is what keeps it moving. That's why I look at it and I'm saying, if you snub that out because you don't understand that it's like, Knut's about to leave, but he says, a Bitcoin node is a person, right? And a person is doing something, and they are actively maintaining, they are putting resources in, they're spending electricity, they are using something. They are clicking buttons and making a thing happen. That's life, and it's not a static thing. I think people need to, like, what's his name? Mushroom Guy would agree with us on this, right?
Quit them.
Yeah, Quittem would agree. You treat Bitcoin as a living organism that adapts and changes as necessary. You can't just be like, it's a static set of rules, leave it alone, never touch it, because you can be sure that will slowly but surely decay and turn into something that just was unloved and uncherished.
And Mechanic, another guy, must have been a village idiot, said something like any non-monetary use case of Bitcoin is a use case. So I can't get away from that fundamental truth, because I'm sorry, but paying a fee does not change invalid to valid. It just doesn't do it. It's still an abuse case. That's not what it's for. It doesn't work for that. And maybe it was Canute that said the more you use Bitcoin for payments, the better it works. The more you use it for data storage, the worse it works. That's not its purpose. That's not what it does. It's not what it is.
I think Canute's got to go, so let's let him respond.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, that's straight out of Austrian economics. Like you can a priori prove that money needs to be money and not other shit. Anyway, I'll leave you with this. Every single person on Earth is a node in the Bitcoin network. It's just that most people don't act the part yet. So that's how I actually view things. We're all connected. Everyone's trading with everyone. Everyone's influenced by everyone. Kevin Bacon numbers are real. Like so it's just our job is to just educate people on how to act the part. And I think, for instance, like economic node is so retarded to me. I think Mechanic, for instance, or anyone in this room has more influence over the Bitcoin network than an economic node with 200,000 sats coming into it every week or something. Like talking to other people matters too, and telling them what they can and should do is important. It's a social innovation, not a technical one.
Yeah, Perfect money was a revolution in our species. It has a technical implementation of it that has to move around to reflect the intentions of those people, but it's not. It's an Austrian economic movement, and that manifests in ways that are reasserted and ratified when inflation bugs come along. We don't pretend they're good things because we think inflation's bad. Like Chris was saying earlier, it's not a good thing for inflation to happen. It's not.
No, it's like language. If you view Bitcoin as a language, like the node is the microphone or the megaphone you can use to have your voice a bit louder. Like it's the tool we use to interact and talk to other people, to speak the language of value with other people. But the technology is like for interacting with. It's for finding better ways of expressing value to others. But the underlying thing is like the best money ever, like a way to communicate value with using only information, where you don't need physical assets or anything attached to it, or by decree or any of that bullshit. At the end of the day, it's just a way to talk to one another.
You're not wrong, but the economic nodes are the bridge between the technical side of the network and the social side.
Yeah.
But I'd
agree with that.
I only trust the small ones. The big ones are all captured.
Well, the big ones are usually just proxies for other people.
That's true.
Knut, will you be a speaker at the BIP110 conference?
Will there be one?
I just made that up.
I thought this was the BIP110 conference.
Anyway,
BIP110 is going to be active, and then the focus probably shifts to whatever comes after BIP110, I would think.
You know what I should have done? When Bailey challenged me to delete my account over, success of BIP110 or not, I should have said, if we win, you've got to change the conference name of Bitcoin 2027 to BIP110. I should have gotten to do that. Oh, maybe I'll challenge him to that anyway. Shall I do it?
Missed opportunities.
No, I could probably still challenge him to do it. Shall I do it?
Well, his behavior suggests he realizes BIP110 is going to happen, so he might not go for it now. Can't hurt to try
I,
though.
w- I wouldn't.
Do it.
I wouldn't
Do
take
it.
his word for anything. so-
No, obviously no one trusts David Bailey, but he's very
Oh my
worried
God.
about
Give-
people.
I need to give some credit because one good thing that they have done is that I think UTXO is a shareholder of LQWD and they do run like 18 Lightning nodes, right? So I think there is always something good that people do, right? But obviously you look at the kind of the overall, but there are always some positive effects. But obviously you want people to be net positive and not net negative. But
Yeah.
yeah.
He's still a turd.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll leave you with that.
Have a
Thank
good
you,
night,
guys.
Canute. I'm
Yeah.
guessing you're in
Yeah.
Europe, so have a good night.
Yeah, gotta finish an episode of Twin Peaks season 3 with my son here first, and then go to bed.
All right. Congrats,
All right.
man.
I could,
See you.
if I could give a note on transaction fees. They actually work pretty well for simple spam where you've got one entity just sending something over and over, and eventually they run out of money for the fees. The problem is when someone else gamifies spamming and they get other people to cover the fees because they want entertainment or something else out of it, and that isn't actual transaction. And then all of a sudden the transaction fees they're not really effective at all because they're just being covered by something else.
Agreed. I think gamified spam, and that's what we've been arguing about with Lynn Alden, like me and you back and forth. I ended up giving up on blocking Lynn, and that's annoying that I did that because I know I should probably carry on taking the bait and arguing about it, but she seems unable to hear this one point, which is gamified spam being allowed to proliferate. That's the easiest kind of spam to counter because it's the largest ecosystems, and the larger the ecosystem, the harder it is for them to adapt around the network trying to thwart it.
So the reason it's so large is because transaction fees do work so well on a simple one case of one person spamming the network. The transaction fees are enough for that.
Yeah, you need to have a whole. You need to have a movement of spammers. You got to have a what is it called? Not a trend, I guess. I guess a trend is a fine word. There needs to be a craze, more like. There needs to be a new craze on Bitcoin that gets thousands of idiots that want to degen gamble on top of Bitcoin. Then they can really mess up the fee market for a while because there's enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the reason why the op return filter was so effective, and the reason why filters in general are so effective, is because the most harmful kinds of spam are these gamified forms of spam, like you said, where people think that they're going to get rich. And the reason why they're harmful is because they're large volume. The reason why they're large volume is because they're generally quote unquote decentralized, and they can do that because they can operate transparently on the blockchain. But they do that by having a format that is open, and anybody can index their transactions, and anybody can run an indexer. And so this is the way that these gamified spam schemes become popular. They become popular because of this. And this is precisely what makes them really, really easy to fight. Because if you start filtering out their format, it breaks their protocol. And then they lose all their investments.
Yeah. And
So
then when they
that's
try
why hostility.
and you can always interject in in whatever it is, in the ordinals community, as they are politely called. You just say, why don't you guys do this on another shitcoin? And then someone with $1 million to invest is going to say, well, why do we keep doing this on Bitcoin? They obviously don't want us to do this here. Let's do it on another network that wants this stuff. Like, someone's going to ask that question, right?
The filters break their shelling point, right? So
Yeah.
the gamified spam becomes more and more successful the longer we wait without filtering it. But as soon as we filter it, it breaks their shelling point, and they have to form a new shelling point around a different format.
Yep. But the benefit of that is blocks look normal and not as full of spam as they might have. And a lot of people just refuse to acknowledge that. They just go, but there still is some spam. And it's literally like saying, if you hadn't eaten breakfast, how would you feel? And they respond, but I did eat breakfast. And you're just like, I can't get you to understand that the fact that we did a bunch of anti-spam stuff made a bunch of people you now can't see spamming the chain go away. And they're like, but there is still spam. And you're just like, I don't know how to make you understand this. Some people just don't understand that. They don't have the cognitive capability. And I was arguing with Lynn, and I'm like, you do have that cognitive capability. I know you can get it. Eventually, she accidentally agreed with me, and I was like, right, I got you to agree. I'll end it there.
Because they don't understand that there are humans that operate the network. There's a social aspect of the network, and that's why they think this cat and mouse game can't work, right? Because they think, oh, we keep having to make permanent upgrades to the network in order to prevent spam. But no, that's not what we do. We just notice when a popular spam format is causing problems, and we smack it, and then it goes away, and then they have to form another shelling point around a new format.
And
the cat mouse game is
future ones-
completely winnable.
Yeah, the future ones go away too. But the ones that saw what happened to the first guy, they go away too. They don't understand that part.
All right.
Exactly.
Next.
It creates a chilling effect on the spammers. Yes.
Next point. And BIP110 is anti-scaling. We've got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've still got 6 left. I'm very sorry. BIP110 kills, and it's anti-scaling. It kills L2 LN symmetry. BIP110 explicitly invalidates the Taproot annex, which directly blocks the LN symmetry upgrade, which is the industry's best hope for a lightning network that dramatically reduces the need for constant watchtower monitoring and enables simpler multi-party channels. I'm doing this one first because we've been trying to do this for years. You can wait 1 more year if you really need. Second off, Lightning has not hit the kind of ceiling yet where we're desperately in need of something like this. If we were, we wouldn't still be arguing about whether we do it with APO or CTV or which version of CTV we use. None of this stuff is imminent. Lightning has not hit those kinds of limits yet where it's even relevant. And Chris and Luke, is this even true? I'm pretty sure you could still do LN symmetry with BIP110 active.
Yes, this is a complete lie in
All
a bunch of ways.
So it's just a lie on top of a lie.
Well,
like, not
let me-
only can we do the thing you're saying we can't do, but
Let
if you
me
weren't lying
explain why
about
it's a lie.
that.
You
What?
can't do LN symmetry without an added feature in another software, which is going to be more than a year away regardless.
Exactly.
Nobody is
exactly.
saying block the annex forever.
Right, but they want
Exactly.
CTV for it, and you can do CTV even while BIP110 is active.
Right. Let me explain why the multiple levels on which this is a lie. Okay, on at least 2 levels. Okay, the first level is that, as Luke was saying, you can do LN symmetry, and back side comment. I did a little bit of work on LN symmetry officially, and basically you can do LN. So there's one implementation of LN symmetry that uses the annex, but you don't need to use that implementation. You could use literally any other thing. Okay, there's been a bunch of things, including LNhance, which has this thing called PC that does the thing instead of the annex. You could also use an op return. It only needs 32 bytes. Side note, Luke is against this. But anyway, the point is, BIP110 does absolutely nothing to stop LN symmetry, first of all,
So
even while it's active. And then second of all, if it did, it expires after a year. And people have already been trying to activate CTV for 5 years. And like you said, Mechanic, yeah.
1 more
at
year
worst,
isn't.
they wait 1 more year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And and there's a third reason, which is CTV is actually not blocked by BIP110. And you can, it uses a NOP. So you could activate CTV during BIP110 and that would go just fine.
Well, this
And
is
if
what
you have
the-
enough consensus, you can activate CSS.
Why does Steven from
Because he's lying. He's a liar.
The
calling me a
libertarians.
fanboy.
He's a liar.
No, but
He's
hold
a
on.
liar.
This is the
He's
guy
lying.
that calls himself a libertarian socialist, right? That
And
guy.
he thinks we live in a patriarchy. I know. It's,
Yeah, all right. But his point was we block covenants. And I'm saying the most likely covenant to get activated is CTV, which is allowed by BIP110. Even if you thought you had these guys that have been championing it for 5 years, if they suddenly were like, oh, we were just about to activate it, but then BIP110 came along and blocked us for 1 year. Turns out we didn't even do that because you can still activate CTV next year because it doesn't use a Taproot upgrade hook, right? It's older than Taproot, so it can be soft forked into Bitcoin even if BIP110's active. Like,
I
Can I
think
add
that's
some
more
sort of-
about. I think that's more about the attention being taken away from CTV rather than anything.
oh, I
technical.
love it when they do that
And-
argument. Does Vortex make this argument where, like, the fact that we're talking about spam means you're not talking about my upgrade? And that sucks, and it's your fault no one gives a shit about my soft fork because people care about what you're talking about. Like, you're not entitled to anyone's attention. People are compelled by the things we're talking about. No one was compelled by the hashtag you had in your bio for a soft fork you wanted to do for the last 5 years, and you never released an activation client for it because you never had the balls. So that's not our problem. Like, it's I'm not gonna stop doing what I'm doing because you want attention for your thing when I don't even care about your thing. Make it compelling. Do something that's actually worth doing on Bitcoin, and then people might rally behind you or start attacking you all day. And if you're ready to be attacked all day, it sucks. It's really annoying to deal with, but you're going to suffer that if you actually put it on the line and decide to champion something, which takes a bit more than writing tweet threads about how a new opcode will make Lightning slightly better. Like, you're never going to get anywhere with that. You will be ignored until you break some eggs.
Yeah, I think the social context here is kind of the scientist in the lab who wants to have every tool at his disposal, right? And then there's the whole grant funding situation. And if I was a developer on Arc, like, obviously I would want that to be accelerated as quickly as possible. But then there are other priorities in Bitcoin, and the stuff that Knut mentioned is, I would say, far more important. Like, if you're going to build layer 2 stuff, make sure layer 1 actually works long term, right? And this is the kind of situation we're in right now culturally in Bitcoin, where it's maintenance, and that's a foreign word in the fiat world. Like, maintaining things, people are very bad at it because of how they have high time preference, right? So this is the kind of stuff that I'm seeing, and I'm like, wait, is he serious? He's saying it's impossible to ever implement covenants. That's kind of what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Well, so there's the steel man of this is that if you disallow certain pre-signed transactions, then you actually block things that use CTV. You block things that use covenants, because like all of those L2s that use covenants use pre-signed transactions with CTV. And so, yeah, like, we're going to have to design around this in the future, but nothing like BIP110 should ever be necessary in the future, because we should just use spam filters, and the popular node implementations should just have spam filters by default. If we can't do that, then we can put things into the consensus rules that.
Yeah, but they think there's this conspiracy to kill Arc by doing this, right? So or they're just disingenuous.
Who wants to kill Arc?
They're claiming that basically, we're against Arc and the covenants, I guess, or covenants directly, which is indirectly against Arc, right? But I'm pro both. So he says you cannot be pro covenants and pro BIP110 at the same time.
Yes, there's a bunch of us that are pro both. It was a complete psyop, and you guys said this at the beginning of the video. There was a complete psyop to put a bunch of new developers into the community that were all rabidly pro CTV and rapidly anti filter.
Yeah,
they were all like, no, you can't be pro covenant and pro filter. And I was like, I never saw the rationale.
So they're
for this
being used
argument.
as cannon fodder. So they're being used as cannon fodder without realizing it, basically.
The point is to drive a wedge into the middle of the Bitcoin technical community, or into the Bitcoin community, and to paint people who are pro filter as non-technical. And you definitely saw, a very strong push for this over the past couple of years. It somewhat worked. I mean, a lot of it is seen as like taboo now in the dev community to be like pro filter and pro BIP110, but
it is. Yeah, it sucks. Like, it absolutely is. They've created a stigma around it, but that stigma serves as social proof for me. Like, every time I meet someone that's pro BIP110, I'm like, oh, you must be authentically pro BIP110, because all you're going to do is get trashed for having that opinion. This is why I fundamentally always trust underdogs. There's nothing to gain socially by being pro BIP110. Some will say it's like, do you remember when they tried to brand it as ocean marketing? And I'm like, are you insane? You know, the kind of stuff, the tension this creates, the issues of mining pool faces. Like,
at least that's over now. That PSYOP line of.
It's just crazy. I'm like, you guys are all motivated by grant seeking and speaking at conferences that sponsor all of the spammers we're trying to frustrate. Like, your conflict of interest is yelling in everyone's face. Like, what's David Bailey's conflict of interest? We know what your conflict of interest is. It's obvious. Whereas like some guy with 100 followers on Twitter supporting BIP110, oh yeah, he's working for the CIA, guys, as accused by the guy who has the director of the FBI at his conference. Like, I cannot believe the hypocrisy of it. Let's move on to the next point. So, BIP110 creates UTXO bloat. It incentivizes spammers to hide data inside fake addresses, UTXOs, like multi-sig encoded data. And while an op return can be ignored by a lean node, a fake UTXO must be tracked by every node forever. So BIP110 intended to save nodes, but actually creates a more expensive permanent burden on them. All right, who wants to take it?
Obviously speculation, but also want to point out that Rule 1 of BIP110 makes it so they can't do as nearly as much UTXO bloat as they could before.
Yeah, and it further than that, it assumes that everyone that can't use op return makes a fake pub key instead and doesn't just piss off, which is a flawed assumption.
Exactly. This goes back to the like fixed demand belief that the other side has. Oh, there will just be a certain amount of spam, and it will never go away, no matter what disincentives we create around it.
Yeah,
but no, obviously, the friendliness towards spam is what created the 8 gigabytes of UTXO bloat in 2023 and 2024, and hostility towards spam is what will prevent that in the future. Like that is the main factor that.
Yeah. They're starting downstream.
It's
just an assumption, right? They start with the assumption that a bad thing happened and will always happen to the same degree, and therefore anything we do must first and foremost allow it to happen in the least harmful way possible, which is op return. And they ignore all other incentives you can create. You can't push users into any other kind of activity. You must just assume that it's constant. I don't know what the name of that fallacy is. It's quite cerebral, but
let me jump in. So they say that BIP110 creates UTXO bloat. It's upside down. BIP110 doesn't create any UTXO bloat. Spammers do it. And like BIP110 actually shows hostility to that. So
it does, and it actually limits it on a technical level in some ways. They're just cherry picking one very specific point. If a spammer used a fake pub key instead of an op return, they just made that worse, right? I guess it's the cherry picking fallacy then.
Whoops. Well, Vortex doesn't think spam is a problem. So if he's saying spam is not a problem, but BIP110 will make it worse, then I think he's kind of proving that he's acknowledging that spam is an actual problem, even though he'll tell you it's not a problem. The fee market will figure it out.
All right.
And like Lou said, it's speculation anyway. But did he read the BIP? I mean, Rule 1 caps script pub key output at 34 bytes, right?
Yeah.
So, like Chris said, the exact opposite.
Yeah, this is an example. Like all of their points are like these random technical detail that's like, okay, yes, you're technically true that op return creates less UTXO bloat than fake pub keys. Like, yes, that is a true statement. However, you're missing all of the context.
Yeah, and it's again in-group signaling. I hope that what we're doing here is not in-group signaling to people that already run BIP110. I wish there were people that would watch this and be like, I was convinced by some technical sounding arguments about BIP110 being really stupid. Turns out there are technical people on the other side who can point out the context that makes it actually seem quite reasonable. I hope we can actually convince some people on the other side. I'm not just trying to have a circle jerk here, but
the chat did seem to have
Luke fanboys, don't worry.
The chat did seem to have people trolling us, so there's definitely not just us in the chat watching.
Yeah, but I mean, their job again is to frustrate any kind of sensible conversation. Yeah, the chat is insane right now, but I mean,
the point is, it's not just people aligned with us. We're not just preaching to the choir here.
That's a good point. But I don't want to preach to
some pretty compelling arguments. I think I saw one, BIP110 is trash. I also saw BIP110 is a joke. So I'm trying to write the good ones down as I see them. But it's odd that Foundry and Michael Sather and Bitcoin Magazine in the last 36 hours have all commented on a joke that's DOA. So I don't know why they felt the need to do that.
Anyway, back on topic. Also, BIP110 doesn't get rid of op return. It's still there.
So
yeah, that's a great point. It puts it back to where it was before Core 30. So
yeah,
and there was
so
no like
If someone wants the least damaging way, they can still use op return for the spam.
Yeah, and there is no evidence that people were abusing fake pub keys because of how low the op return limit was before Core 30. They blew it open for no discernible reason.
All right, next argument. BIP110 lobotomizes BitVM. Do I even need to read the rest of this? Because you can just do BitVM. You can absolutely still do it. This is just a straight up lie, right?
Well, BIP110 claims that there might be a year delay on BitVM, so I mean, they probably got it from that.
That was us. That was Dathan Ohm being overly generous in conceding things as trade-offs. You can do BitVM v2 and v3. I think BitVM v1 was broken by it, right?
Nobody.
I can't say for sure, but
well, SuperTestNet claims he's an expert in BitVM and that we absolutely do not break BitVM with BIP110, and he doesn't like BIP110, so he's not lying to us to make BIP110 look better. He doesn't like it.
Even if it was, I think it's a fair trade-off considering what's at stake.
Sure, but we're talking about Vortex here, and this is the technical list of arguments that Andy Back says is the gold standard of pushback against BIP110. If one of the 11 arguments is a complete lie about breaking BitVM, I think that tells you something about the intellectual rigorousness of these arguments. It doesn't break BitVM, and he's claiming that it does. I know we say it might break it or frustrate it in the rationale for the BIP.
Also keep in mind, BitVM is not a finished project. It's possible by the time they finish, maybe something would have broken it.
Yeah, and also, is there consensus? Is there consensus behind BitVM? Like BitVM is something that 99.9% of Bitcoiners don't care about. And sure, Vortex cares about it. Reardon cares about it. Okay, Portland Hodl cares about it. But these guys are nerds hanging out together, nerding out over these things, these features. And is there an actual market for this? Is there a huge demand for this? There isn't. It's the thing that happens.
I think over the next decade, there's potential that it could become very helpful to the Bitcoin community at large.
Yeah, when there's an actual need for it, when there's a demand for it.
So two things on this. The two things on this. The first thing is that Mechanic is right. It doesn't break BitVM, or at least the new versions of BitVM. The second thing is that Citria uses inscriptions for their rollup data, and the reason this is a problem is because Citria is not trustless. So it doesn't have unilateral exit. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not a real L2. It's just basically somebody else's multisig, and you're trusting. They have a one of n trust model, which is better, TM, than other models that have come before. But it's still not trustless. And at the end of the day, you're trusting somebody. And so it doesn't really scale Bitcoin. All it does is it jams a bunch of inscription data that outcompetes Lightning and Arc stuff, and enables a bunch of Ethereum scams on a sidechain. So somebody was saying that there wasn't consensus for this. I kind of agree. Like if L2s like that just take over all the block space and shoot all the fees to the moon, that's not necessarily a good development.
But that's also not BitVM either. That's just Citria's crazy stuff on the side.
Yeah, and it's
the inscriptions and op return are not something that consensus code is able to do anything with.
Right. So my point is that if there are harmful use cases that are driving out valuable use cases, then we should do something about that. Even if those use cases claim to be, a quote unquote L2.
I find the language of it just funny. It lobotomizes BitVM. It doesn't break it at all. And it's presented as self-evidently necessary, and I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to cut you, Greg. Oh wait, that's Dave. Greg had his hand up for a sec and put it down.
Yeah, sorry. So my opinion is that VC companies in the Bitcoin sector has been a net negative so far, by far. And there's maybe like one VC that I kind of like, or maybe 1.5. So there's a huge pressure from the VC side to kind of push for crazy ideas, and that's something that's never really been pushed back on. And I think BIP110 has a lot of second and third order effects even on that side, and that just, something that to keep in mind.
The fork in the road that BIP110 presents is incredible to me. The two universes that exist, where it activated and where it didn't activate it, are so different. And people's ability to see down the various paths are just stunning to me. If BIP110 hadn't happened or hadn't been adopted, or the community had been unmotivated to activate it, there's no way Bitcoin wouldn't absolutely suck in 5 years. You know it. The trend is utterly in the wrong direction. People aren't prioritizing decentralization. They aren't finding ways in which to respect the network, to improve it and scale it as a monetary medium of exchange. They want to do the opposite. They want to leech off of the resources the nodes give them by treating nodes as a data dump. Even the developers that want to make Lightning better and do things like that, they still talk about it as though the nodes were just a public commons with resources from which they can freely extract. And I'm just saying, if you guys look at it that way, the one element, no one gets paid to run a node. You get paid to mine Bitcoin. You get paid to be a developer, maybe. But you don't get paid to run a node. And they're like, we'll just use that. We'll store this data there, and that will do this. This will make Lightning better. Like, this is, to use the core lingo, it's extractive. They are they're coming into a resource and saying into a community or an ecosystem and saying, there's this resource. We got 100,000 computers that will store everything we put in this one database. Let's see how we can use that. And let's not worry about the effects it has on those people that are storing that stuff. And let's not pay attention to the trend of the fact that there's UDI says we have almost 400 million Bitcoiners and 100,000 nodes. If that's the case, like, we are teetering on the edge, guys. That is a stone's throw away from being completely centralized. There's no way there's no way a movement like BIP110 can fail to do what it needs to do. And for me to have any confidence in this not just becoming another crypto. Sorry, I had to say it. Next point, loss in fees for miners. If you filter out the highest paying transactions because you don't like their content, you are effectively asking miners to take a pay cut, which could lower the hash price. As block subsidy continues to halve, transaction fees become increasingly critical to security. This attempts to be like a high-level commentary on Bitcoin's long-term transition from subsidy into transaction fees. And this is people presenting knowns as unknowns. What will happen with Bitcoin's security budget is that miners will go from the situation today where nearly all of them are losing money to a situation in the future where nearly all of them are losing money. And people like to present that future scenario as somehow unacceptable, even though today is working completely fine, where miners are losing money. Mining is lossy. If you increase the amount of money miners make by adding in use cases to Bitcoin that raise transaction fees, firstly, today, it's not going to make any difference beyond 1 or 2%. Secondly, it's not going to make any difference for any individual miner because the difficulty goes up by 1 or 2% if you add 1 or 2% by way of adding new transaction fees. Every single miner on the network doesn't care if you add or subtract use cases from Bitcoin because the difficulty adjustment eradicates any of the gains or losses they make from it. Difficulty adjustments mean you can't get cute with transaction fee gaming. It doesn't work. And this is the peak economic illiteracy. And I cannot believe we're still having to explain this to people. And the people that say, all right, maybe you're right, we need to break the 21 million cap, or we need to add in demurrage, which is a UTXO tax. I'm saying just let the free market sort it out, which is something they constantly say to me when it comes to spam. When it comes to people paying money to keep the Bitcoin network alive, just let hodlers mine. That's all that needs to happen. Unhosted Marsalis gamed it out. For the rest of history, he realized how Bitcoin would work. If you have a bunch of Bitcoin, you're going to lose a small amount of it every month, every year, whatever, to have some amount of hash rate. That's just what it takes to keep the Bitcoin network alive. You can try and do it the Keynesian route, which is taxing UTXO hodlers and rerouting that money to miners, or you could cut out that bureaucrat in the middle of it and just make Bitcoiners do that voluntarily. That's
a
way
fabulous
easier.
concept. That's the way to do it.
You just
businesses that have to do layer in transactions on a regular basis also, if they mine, it gives them a little bit of discount in the middle that they can, so they pay less fees and they earn a little more on the mining side.
I think that's a good point. It's obviously relevant, but speaking more theoretically than that, imagining that you're not, imagining that you'll always be able to get your transaction in the chain by paying a different miner, and that you don't need to ever mine it yourself because Bitcoin's just working well enough. You still have an incentive to mine if you're a big hodler. You always do. And we've seen that, like the pleb renting hash movement thing that came around, every single one of the people I know involved in that isn't just in it for BIP110. They just want to have some hash for the rest of their life. And if you're having a 21 millionth of the hash rate is way more achievable than having one Bitcoin, right? It's already cheaper than that.
Yeah, this is complete economic illiteracy from Vortex. Vortex is making a common mistake that people make of misunderstanding the difference between nominal fees and real fees. And I've made this point over and over again. But somebody like Vortex can't get it. Basically, it's just basically like okay, so we have low fees. Okay, which is let's say it's 10 years in the future and the fee rate is 5 sats per VByte. Let's just make up a random number, whatever it is. Which is we would say that's probably low. It's higher than it is now, but it's not like overwhelmingly expensive. But let's say each sat is worth 50 cents or $1. Well, in real terms, that's giant amount of fees, and somebody like Vortex cannot understand that the value of the network as a whole can grow if we get some of this garbage out and actually start using it as money. And Vortex will never understand that argument because he can't think dynamically.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be so bad if it was just Vortex, right? But it's Peter Todd, it's Ben Ark, the guy who created LN Bits. They all seem to think that inflation needs to be reintroduced to Bitcoin, whether stealthily or directly. And look, Peter Todd is villain number one, and he has been for a long time. And it's been hard to pick up on because he did so much amazing stuff back in the day. And this is really important to realize that old friends are not recent friends. And he keeps, with the data carrier size being blown out, it wasn't the first time he proposed it. He proposed it prior to that, and people just went, no, we're not doing this, and closed the PR. The culture changed in a way that made it acceptable. And that's what he's been doing with the 21 million cap for ages. He keeps going on about it. Hey, 21 million, stupid. Bitcoin doesn't have a future if we don't use inflation to subsidize mining. He said that over and over again. And every time he does it, he gets smacked down because of how the Bitcoin culture operates today. But that won't be the case forever. If the Bitcoin culture doesn't value the economic principles that spawned it, you can have a new culture within it that doesn't understand why it needs to be 21 million, and then those developers immediately get their way. Hey, there's not enough hash rate, the network's vulnerable to 51% attack, people aren't paying the money they need to be paying to keep it secure, so UTXO taxation, or we break the 21 million cap. It's only 1%, guys. Yeah. Like, that's what they're going to hit with. And if you're centralized at the node level, how do you even resist that? Would you even want to? Maybe we'd be decentralized at the node level, but people are just so ignorant that they think it's a good idea to break the 21 million cap. It can so happen. Danny on What Bitcoin Did laughed me off for that. He's like, oh, no, we're not going to break the 21 million cap. I'm like, watch. If BIP110 loses and we lose that part of the culture and we move forward in 5 years, Peter Todd will raise it again. Hey, we need to break the 21 million cap or soft fork in a UTXO tax.
It'll be less than 5 years.
You can see it coming. The rent seekers are always going to want to bring inflation back because then they control where the new money goes. It's simple.
BIP110 hasn't even activated yet, and yet we're seeing it from multiple sources. And I put a timestamp on it on X that the Israeli podcaster who seems to be, I forget who wrote the article, but she seems to be in the center of all of this network. The
I know who you're talking about.
Complex. Yeah, they're already going on her show, and she's going to ask all these questions about introducing a reasonable inflation to Bitcoin.
Let's be reasonable, Justin.
Yeah, right. 4%.
0% inflation, no subsidy for miners. That's not reasonable.
Most economists agree.
Yeah, 97% of climate economists agree that a little bit of inflation is how you keep the Bitcoin network secure.
Yeah.
You also have like world religions, like billions of Muslims that don't believe in interest, and in order to have fiat inflation, you need to have interest. So, on a religious level, like I cannot have interest personally.
Interest and inflation are not the same thing, though.
Correct, but they are very correlated in the fiat system.
They are. But in theory, lending remains a thing in Bitcoin, and people can expect interest back. But it would need to be a low
No,
interest rate.
no.
You're not as incentivized to interest in a Bitcoin world, but yeah, go ahead, Luke.
Inflation justifies interest. If there is no inflation, then interest is always usury and always immoral.
Interesting, because even if I lend you a Bitcoin and you go away and build a fantastic business and you pay me back a Bitcoin, I gained value with that because it's a deflationary currency, right?
Potentially.
So, but at that point, isn't it interest in effect? If it's a deflationary currency we're using and I lend you a Bitcoin and a year later you have to pay me it back, but it's
The
more
difference,
work.
if you give me a camel, or if you lend me 2 camels and you expect 3 back, that can be considered interest, right? And the difference with a joint venture or you're like a revenue share or an investment, equity investment, it's different because you're sharing the risk of the actual business itself rather than just giving me money and then expecting more money back. Because if you do the same thing to everybody in the village, then you might expect more money back than there are money in circulation. That's the big problem with usury.
Mechanic, can I just say with regard to this last one, loss in fees for minors, is that this is barely deserves a response. You're talking about an economically illiterate Keynesian, so we're not interested in minors.
Can we stop saying economically illiterate? That's like
I haven't begun to say it, Chris. I'm
saying I've heard it 3 times now, and that's just Austrian cult, in-group signaling. And I like Austrian economics; it's great, but it gets a little culty, and it basically implies, oh, you haven't read, hours and hours and hours. You haven't read this giant pile of 50 books by all these Austrians, and so you're economically illiterate, and so your opinion doesn't matter.
But it's an economic argument. It's an economic argument, so it's fair to say that's an economic argument.
No, but also, like, I agree with you.
Economics is not about reading. Illiterate is not the right word there. You need to say you're not knowledgeable. Yes, you're not knowledgeable about economics. If you say illiterate there, you're implying that there's certain authors that you have to read in order to understand economics.
I can stop using it. I can stop using it if I understand like what the triggers are here. I get it. I use it as shorthand for talking about studies of practical human behavior and action. And this, I've never read a book by Mises or Rothbard or any of these people, and I just consider it all self-evident. I know that miners will mine at a loss because they're doing that today, which means I don't need to start changing protocol rules to make them do it tomorrow based on profit that I already know they don't need to get. It's like Motorist said. They're talking about, what were the 2 kinds of loss you're talking about? It's you can look at spending money on food as losing money, or you can look at spending money on food as a net positive because you need the food more than you need the money, and it's overall additive to your life. So me mining Bitcoin as a Bitcoiner improves things for me, even if I end up with fewer sats than I would have had if I didn't mine Bitcoin. Everyone makes that calculation. You don't need to put your thumb on the scale, adding more income for miners, raising the difficulty, and not even making any difference. This is the main issue I have with this argument, is loss in fees for miners. What he means is loss in fees for mining. It's different because the difficulty going up means that there are more fees available for mining, but each individual miner, assuming there's more than one of them, is still going to end up with the same amount of sats. So it's not this is the whole spam argument that drove me crazy from the beginning. If you cancel the next halving, all that happens is the difficulty doubles and no individual miner makes any more money. That's just how Bitcoin works. And it's as though they've never heard of it. Let's get on to the last point, guys, but we don't need to, I won't say economically illiterate again. I know what you're getting at, Chris. Rushed timeline, governance precedent. I like this argument. This is a fun, not because it's a good one, but it's, I don't know, it's such a Karen vibe. BIP110 activates unconditionally by September 2026. It actually activates by August 2026, depending on how you look at it. Regardless of support, with early activation possible at just 55% signaling within a tiny 3-month window, and this emergency style of governance is a radical departure from Bitcoin's traditional 90+% consensus model. If rushed emergency consensus changes become normalized, that government precedent is permanent, even in the technical changes expire. Was that an English sentence, or is that like garbled? That didn't compute for me.
Yeah, and he's talking about BIP110 or Core 30.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, this is all one sentence, guys. I don't even know how to parse it. There's one comma in it. I don't know. I can't. My brain is refusing to parse it. But,
I mean, the steel man of this is just the thing that you said before, Mechanic, where there's a certain group of I guess influential Bitcoiners who say the consensus rules should ossify. The consensus rules should not be changed, and if we do change them, then we shouldn't rush them, which obviously is true, right? We don't want to rush things, but.
Yeah, but BIP110 isn't rushed. That's the thing. It's been around for a long time now, and it doesn't.
Should have activated in January.
It should have activated in January, but I think, to be fair, when were the two issues found? The one Lorink found and the one that other guy found with Claude that both got fixed? Because I am genuinely grateful that miners didn't activate it before those things were fixed.
Those weren't real issues, though.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing. If you think that BIP110 came out of nowhere and was not the result of years and years and years of patience and saying fix the filters and hey, don't activate this blowing out op return. If you think that it just started out of nowhere for no reason in December or January, whenever it was, and then maybe you can buy this lie that it's rushed. We've been extremely patient. I locked my Twitter account and I did not tweet for like 5 months. And I was happy running knots. I was like, I'm retired from Twitter. I'm going on with my life. The only reason I came back is because they announced that they were going to blow up an op return. And I was like, uh-oh, I'm coming back. I was happy just letting all this go. And I was like, they're not going to fix the filters, whatever. I'm just going to run knots. This is not rushed. We were patient with them, and they took that patience to mean weakness, and they pushed it a little bit too far. So this is absolutely not rushed. This is exactly happening at exactly the correct time.
All right, I agree. And I think the scope of it, BIP110 does such minimal stuff, and they cherry pick one of the biggest changes in Bitcoin's history as somehow the model for how we must bring about changes in Bitcoin, the 90+% consensus model. That's referring to the activation parameters around SegWit and Taproot, two fundamental redesigns of and new address types that completely changed the way Bitcoin worked from the ground up. These proposals took years, millions of dev hours to bring about. And guess what? SegWit, we still pushed through activation of it with a tiny minority that's smaller than BIP110, and it was enormous. The implications of that mean that this is not a reasonable comparison. BIP110 is a tiny change. It was 37 lines of code, of 37 new lines of code, 60 existing lines are modified, and then a bunch of documentation changes. And it's been almost a year. I'm sorry, there's nothing about that that's rushed. Everyone knows what it's going to do. And if by some chance it disables something in Taproot that we turned out to really need in the course of that 12 months, it just becomes available again in September 2027. Everything about that says this has been fully reasoned about. It's not a new opcode, guys. It's not a new address type. It's not quantum resilience. It's not all it is you can't have big op returns. You can't have giant Taproot control blocks. You can't have op ifs in your Taproot. You can't have op success. You can't have script pub keys bigger than 34 bytes. There is a reason there hasn't really been a smoking gun where someone was like, that affects me, the way I use Bitcoin today. Because again, most Bitcoiners have never even used Taproot, let alone the kind of Taproot stuff that BIP110 prevents.
A lot of this stuff was already policy rejected anyway.
And you have to remember, this is a unique situation that I don't expect to happen again soon. Basically, what's happening is the super majority client, which is Bitcoin Core, has decided to just attack the node runners, right? It's just suddenly decided to stop working for the node runners and make running a node easier, and has started to just ignore them and their concerns and go the opposite way and make it easier, make it harder to run a node. And so this situation, and then there's there's some very bad short-term attacks with illegal data and all that can happen, and there's also some long-term attacks with arbitrary data. And this is a situation where the nodes have to kind of take it into their own hands because normally, with these long, slow, complex forks where everybody, the whole network comes to a 95% agreement, usually that's because Bitcoin Core is coming up with the fork. But if the fork is designed outside of Bitcoin Core as an emergency measure because Bitcoin Core has gone rogue, we can completely expect it to be, to need a lower early activation threshold and a shorter timeline. But the the fact that it's temporary, I think, warrants a lower activation threshold or a lower early activation threshold.
I don't think Vortex has the right to protest at this point unless he protested at the same time when Core 30 was released. So op return protections that were in place for a decade, nobody was allowed to dissent. Dissenters were muted. Community rejected it 4-1. He had nothing to say at that time. He certainly has nothing to say now.
And
So
there was the whole process behind the BIP110. So it now the document is in status completed. There were months of reviews, thousands of comments, hundreds of reviewers, and it's officially in a completed status. So I disagree that it's rushed in any way.
I really agree with that. The process was arduous. We posted it on the mailing list. There was back and forth on the mailing list, nothing substantive pushing back. Keegan McClellan was like, this is annoying. I don't want you to do this because it makes Bitcoin less fun or something. I don't want to straw man him. I can't remember what he said, but it was like, no one cares about this. Then it went through to the GitHub, to the BIPs repo on the Bitcoin Core organization on there. And
the Bitcoin organization, not Bitcoin Core.
All right. I mean, why do you want to characterize it that way? I don't want to see that as the Bitcoin organization.
And that's what it is.
Fair
Bitcoin
enough.
Core is a separate organization. And they're just abusing the Bitcoin organization for their repo.
I don't know. I don't even know the implications of that because, like, you're saying officially github.com/Bitcoin is Bitcoin.
No, I mean, Bitcoin is not anything on GitHub, but that's what that organization is meant to be. That's why BIPs is there. That's why LibBlockmaker is there.
Yeah, well,
probably a few other things.
So the point that the BIPs repo is there, and I don't know if people are going to be annoyed with me for this, but Dathan Ohm submitted BIP110 to the BIPs repo. I understood that Greg Maxwell had a fit and pressured the people in charge of the BIPs repo to remove it immediately, and they did not. And I appreciate them for that. I understand that the relationship between BIP editors and people that are responsible for BIP110, formerly BIP444, has been up and down, but there seems to have been some very good-natured olive branches that have been offered and accepted in that regard. All that is to say, I'm pretty happy with the fact that the BIP was there, stayed open. Jameson Lopp spent like a long time fudding every single line of the thing, it felt like, and I refuted everything I could. I felt like what he was pushing on it was all, there was a lot of sophistry there, as you'd expect with Lopp. And as Greg said, it was iterated upon thoroughly. People ripped it to pieces. People identified aspects of it that were confiscatory, which got then addressed with the UTXO height checker. Further than that, there was something else that got, there was language complaints. Yeah, I was one of the people because it said so many times that there were legal threats for people running nodes, and people pushed back on that. I remember Predator was furious that we mentioned that so many times, and I frankly agreed. That got updated. Yeah, and again, like I said, the UTXO height checker happened, and it went back and forth for ages. The BIP remained opened. The PR into the BIP's repo remained opened, and it got merged. It's now officially a BIP sitting in the Bitcoin organization on GitHub. That then got implemented by Dathanome, which again resulted in a lot of iteration. I'm not going to say there's been a ton of review on it. I would love there to be more review on it. But again, it's not exactly a very big change. And conceptually, it isn't doing anything new to Bitcoin. It's applying some limits for which there's already plenty of logic inside the code base to some things that are very sensible to limit. And since then, there's been plenty of reason and conversation around it to identify holes within it and point those out. So that's what Lorink did, and that's what that other dev did. And both of those guys obviously are very, very against BIP110. And the fact that they looked into it and found issues with it that were then fixed, that resulted in the BIP110 standalone client, V3, and then I guess V0.3 and then V1. I don't remember the exact numbering. It's been iterated upon a lot for a very, very small amount of code changes. And all that is to say, here we are in July, and it came around last November. I'm very comfortable with this thing. I think most people would be. And the fact that it activates in 19 days, there is nothing keeping me awake at night where I'm saying, oh man, this is a change like SegWit with a new address type that's going to result in unprecedented, like we're changing the way the 1 megabyte block limit works so that we now have block weight, and with two types of transaction, or transaction data. I don't know. There's always risk. I will grant you that there's always risk with a consensus change in Bitcoin. But I don't know anyone on the BIP110 side that wouldn't want to hear it if you found an issue with it. Put it that way. I'm not about to advocate for yet another change in Bitcoin that has some unintended consequence. No way. If you found something wrong with it, tell me, and I would gladly use the influence I have to tell everyone that BIP110 is a bad idea. Because I don't want to be out here making Bitcoin worse knowingly and then getting murdered for it. No thanks. The motivations are all correct. So if there's anything wrong with it, just tell us. I'm sure we'd want to fix it.
History with some perspective, we're going to look back and see that BIP110 was the most important software upgrade in history. It's certainly going to be the most scrutinized. So,
well, it's also the easiest to scrutinize. I put together a layman's code review page a few weeks ago, so that pretty much anyone can review it.
All right, we got No Quarter just joined us.
All right.
What's up, guys?
Did we finish the debunking walkthrough?
We finished Vortex, right? The final argument was it was rushed, and that was the last argument, and we're saying it's not rushed. And the 55% threshold is meaningless. It's a 0% threshold. We all know that. I actually don't
cut you off, No Quarter.
Say what you like about Vortex. It wasn't AI generated, and he at least read what he wrote back. I mean, he ignored the contradictory stuff in it, and he's being a little what's the word? What's the romantic way of calling someone full of shit? I don't know how
clever.
Yeah, he's being clever with it, or cute. Let's just say he's being a bit cute with some of it. But Saylor, I actually don't. Yeah, it's Saylor, right? It's not a little potato like Vortex, but he's worthy of more respect. But he isn't showing anyone any respect. Saylor writing this AI crap that he clearly hasn't read himself is. I'm just annoyed that he would expect anyone to read this. All it is,
so
it's
assaulting.
It's like Adam Back's talks at conferences. No one has ever watched one. They just retweet them and say how brilliant it was. It's this in-group signaling where no one has ever watched an Adam Back talk, ever. That's never happened because everyone that would try and watch it would fall asleep straight away. So this is a fact, but it's the emperor's new clothes. We must all pretend that he's such an insightful guy. This amazing, and then you get a photo with him after. He was mentioned in the white paper, right? So this is what Saylor's article is about. No one actually read this. Saylor didn't read it. No one that is reposting it saying it just ended the war on the whole BIP110 movement is over because of this wonderful article. None of those people read it either, right? And you can tell that because I don't know, maybe I'm cherry picking, but this part, Joyce found it. I didn't read it, and Joyce found this. She says, there's just chunks in here that just say what the BIP does without any apparent complaint about it. I love this one because this is the best. Point number 23. This is something that's bad about BIP110. The 83 by op return policy becomes consensus. That converts a configurable relay and mining preference into a block validity rule. That's a statement of fact about something BIP110 does, presented as somehow self-evidently a problem that we shouldn't be doing. That's literally what it does. And I find that just so funny that it's one of the 110 reasons not to run it. That's the whole point of it.
Well, he dug himself into a corner by saying there's 110 reasons to be against BIP110. Then he couldn't actually come up with them, so he had to use AI, and AI is going to come up with stuff like this. So he kind of what's the word? He shot himself in the foot there by saying, "Oh, there's 110 reasons." People said, "Well, what are they?" He was like, "Oh shit, I got to come up with 110 reasons." And there aren't 110 reasons.
These are just.
I've got a theory that Saylor did not come up with that. That he did not want to post it, and that they didn't want to drag Saylor into this, but at this point, they have to. And is an interesting, it kind of came on the heels of Foundry coming out and making a statement, which just opened the whole can of worms. So I think it's pretty clear at this point that BIP110 is going to activate, but it will be successful, and that this is the last dying gasp. But I have a feeling that Saylor got that message and said, "I don't want to post it," and they said, "Post it anyway."
I don't know. I think he's a really sloppy guy, actually. I don't know why he's...
I don't think he posts any of this stuff, guys. It's not him. It's his intern. It's all run through like a committee. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably. I mean, look at this point. The Taproot annex would be disabled. BIP 340. This is such barrel scraping nonsense. To everyone that's complaining about the inability to use upgrade hooks that are disabled for a year, what soft fork is there that's on the table right now that is imminently activating in by February, March, April, May next year? What soft fork is actually realistically about to activate? If it's really that important that we activate it when you've been fighting for covenants for 5 years, can we really not wait until September 2027? Is this really a reason to not do BIP110? That there's some magic soft fork out there that we need to activate within the next 13 months. Does anyone know of anything like that? Or is it, again, just frivolous obstructionism?
I do believe there's a BIP119
That one's allowed.
activation.
That's CTV. That one's allowed.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm just saying, they're kind of stretching for... They're just trying to throw, anything they can in front of this train.
They can, but do they not realize they make us look more reasonable when they do this?
Yeah.
I don't get.
I just find it interesting that. Can I just add something to that? Sorry, but I find it interesting that he has not had any deeply technical discussions on any panel that I've seen on these kind of topics over the last year or maybe ever. So it's kind of funny how he jumps into these deeply important and technical details, but it's quite out of character, right? Because he's saying that his stock is the new money, and we should use perpetual preferred stock as a means of payment, and that should be backing stable coins and all these things, right? Mm. So it's just so ironic, the whole situation, and I think, as you guys are saying, that the genie is out of the bottle right now, and his 5 million followers are seeing this stuff, and it's quite.
Let's look at Reardon's point, Reardon said, forget everything. He has one specific gripe with it. Forget everything else that BIP110 does. It makes compiling mini tap scripts that currently work potentially lead to loss of coins for as long as it's enforced. At least he admits that they're not permanently unspendable. They're temporarily unspendable. Then he says, it also disables transactions that are currently commonly confirmed, e.g. inscriptions. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. But am I mistaken, guys? Miniscript has been updated by Kyle Santiago. If people want to use that update, Miniscript can never accidentally produce script conditions that contain op-if in a tap leaf. Is that correct?
Yeah, so me and Kyle kind of looked into this. Yeah, basically, it looks like, so Nunchuck is sort of the big example of somebody who's using Miniscript to compile stuff, and it actually can produce an op-if using like, it's not recommended, they don't say they recommend policy, but it's like a placeholder policy that they put there. And what I realized after looking into it like for a while is they just used Peter Willa's original Miniscript policy compiler, and which was never updated for TapScript. It was just literally never updated for Taproot. It hasn't been touched since like a few years ago, and it doesn't actually split ifs into separate tap leaves, and so now I think, what is it? There's a parser. There's a Miniscript parser that's in Bitcoin Core that has been updated for Taproot, I think. But anyway, the point is, people are, so every wallet has like its own policy compiler, and Nunchuck is the only one that can generate op-ifs. But you can easily rewrite the policy compiler so that it just, instead of making an op-if, it splits into separate tap leaves. And so, as Mechanic said, Kyle did this. He pushed it into Rust Miniscript, and that got merged. And that's the one that Leanna uses. Leanna doesn't create op-ifs, but if they wanted to, potentially make op-ifs, they could use that new code, and it wouldn't do that.
We got a hand up. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, basically, it's not a problem. But if it is a problem, the problem is with the Miniscript compiler.
Yeah, Miniscript is not part of the Bitcoin consensus. It's an external tool, so they just need to maintain the tool if they really want to make use of it.
Yeah, it's not hard. Wallet devs just need to get with it and make sure. It's really irresponsible that we had to be on Nunchuck's ass telling them stop generating, like, in the first place, the way you're using Taproot is really dumb. It's literally more expensive than using P2SH. So you're welcome for pointing that out. And second off, you know about BIP110, saying that, oh, it's not going to activate, so we don't need to update to actually using Taproot properly. And if anyone has money temporarily unspendable as a result of that, that's totally on you guys' head. You should have you have social media presence. You're a niche wallet anyway. Update your software in advance of it. Like, it's what's so annoying about the Nunchuck thing is it's win-win. If they actually improved it and used Taproot properly, that would insulate them against BIP110 and make this stuff cheaper. At the same time, it's a complete no-brainer. Even if you hate BIP110, the fact that you're using op-ifs from an imported P2SH format condition into a tap leaf when you should have separated the two things into two different leaves, P2WSH. The fact that you're doing that is just a waste of, you're literally making people spend more money than they otherwise would. And this is, again,
do these guys not understand basic marketing? You're a friggin' wallet dev that's making a product for hardcore Bitcoiners. And all I asked them is, hey, is your wallet good in case BIP110 activates? All he had to do, I mean, he didn't even have to endorse BIP110. All he had to do was say, yeah, if BIP110 activates, we'll be ready. That would have been a reasonable thing for him to say. You know, he didn't have to come out and say, yeah, man, I love BIP110. You know, we're all in on BIP110. All he had to say was that. And instead, he goes off on this weird Luke derangement thing. I'm like, is this guy just stupid? Like, why is he doing this? Does he think this is going to win him over, a bunch of customers by saying this shit? That's why we had that big blow up. Or was it the other guy? Maybe I got the two guys confused. Maybe there was the Nunchuck guy and there was the other guy. They were both wallet devs. Maybe I got the two of them confused. Guy. But yeah. So
Liana doesn't generate it. Liana doesn't generate BIP110 uncompliant Taproot addresses, as far as I know. That was FUD. Sorry to kill the conversation.
What's not FUD lately?
What's not FUD? I don't know. Like, it's the AI wars. But again, what bothers me about it is it's like, I'm such a naive idiot Like, I really was like, people are going to not like BIP110, or maybe I'm making a mistake supporting it because I'm out of my depth technically on a lot of this stuff. So they're going to come around and make me look stupid. They're going to point out things it does that I hadn't thought about, right? I was expecting that kind of stuff. I was expecting these like titans I've looked up to for years to be like, you don't know what you're talking about and we're going to make you look stupid. I was ready for that. And then the actual arguments they do bring, I'm like, you stupid? BIP110 censorship. It endangers Bitcoin's neutrality. What are you talking about? These are awful arguments. I can refute all these. Like, I've looked up to these people for my whole life. And like, why am I arguing with Greg Maxwell and Peter Todd, guys? I used to look up to these people. They were like idols in the space. And now I'm like, really? Spam filters are censorship. Okay. Like,
they said it breaks multi-sig, which was so stupidly ridiculous. Sorry, Justin. I mean, I cut you off.
Go ahead, Justin.
No, quite all right. Hey, maybe if there are a few people on who are confused by a lot of the terms we're using, that maybe we could, if I could borrow Mechanics analogy that he used, and I believe this was on with Breedlove. Imagine that English is a network of nodes, and everyone who chooses to speak English is a node in that language. Imagine that Bitcoin is a network of nodes, and everyone who chooses to speak Bitcoin must run a node. That's your voice. With English, the way the language has changed over the years, imagine Old English. I can't remember if Mechanic did this or not. That if you go back to Old English, say around the time of the King James Bible, it's much, much different than, say, even Victorian English. If you read books from Victorian England, that's very, very similar to the way we speak now, but it continues to change over time. And no one person or entity can decide that for us. Someone can write a dictionary and say proper pronunciation and proper use of grammar and all that, but it's us node runners or people who speak. And the evolution of a language will change based on individuals and time, immigration, circumstances, economy, all that will change. But we're the ones who decide by the way we speak it. So really, my encouragement would be to you that the very first thing you should learn about Bitcoin is that in order to speak the language, you have to run a node. And so don't let any one entity decide how we speak the language. The mempool is a fallacy, and mining for profit is a fallacy. But I love Marcel's idea of a sovereign security budget, that any of us who begin controlling hash rate pointed at our node. We don't care about profit, and anybody can DM me anytime, and I'll put you on the right track to doing that yourself, because I will tell you 100% of people who have messaged me about doing that, when they get started, they are hooked. I think I know one person who was close to being profitable, and I asked people, are you profitable? And they couldn't care less about that. So think about your node being your voice on the network, and you are not a Bitcoiner unless you're using a node. So and the other thing is you have a choice of nodes, and I saw somebody in the comments say that I'm neutral, therefore I'm running Core 31. Well, you're not really neutral in this debate, because only the latest version of Knots has security updates, it patches the inscriptions exploit, and restores reasonable op return limit that Guida himself proved is 99% effective over a period of 10 years at limiting large op returns. So that would be my encouragement, is become a
common mistake. It's a common mistake that people make to think that dictionaries decide what English is. Dictionaries do not decide. Dictionaries are like the miners. Dictionaries look to see how people are using the words and then figure it out and then because language does evolve over time.
Yeah,
words have different meanings.
It's prescriptivism versus descriptivism. I'll always be the latter. I know. Look at this. The rest of this Reardon tweet. I love it when they just fall over themselves and make mistakes in criticism. I get it. They need to get the critiques out fast to debunk stuff before it catches on, but this is just wrong. He says BIP110 proposes to make these two dramatic changes to Bitcoin. Okay, that's poetic license. Obviously, these are not dramatic changes, but you can say they are. to Bitcoin's consensus with 55% or less of hash rate signaling readiness. This, well, I mean, it activates at 0%. The 55% is being used for rhetorical purposes here. We know that's not relevant. Like 0% would betray how serious we are about that thing, and that the 55% is essentially arbitrary. This low activation threshold nearly guarantees a chain split at the time of activation. No, it doesn't. That is not a reasonable thing to assume at all. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean miners are going to ignore it. And then he says, if it even succeeds in getting a single enforcing block mined, sorry, that's in relation to the private sentence. He's saying that the only way there won't be a chain split is if we completely fail. The chain split, he says, is nearly guaranteed because actively used transactions get disabled, which means that any non-enforcing miner will immediately begin mining violating blocks, and non-enforcing nodes will follow the non-enforcing miner's blocks. You haven't read the BIP. It doesn't start with that. You can still mine big op returns in 19 days from now when we're enforcing it. The only thing we start off enforcing, which is the only real period where there could be a chain split, if you are pessimistic about it, the only thing that can happen 19 days from now is a chain split that comes as a result of a miner not flipping a bit. It doesn't matter what the contents of the block are yet. That doesn't start till September. And if we're in September wondering about whether there's going to be a chain split or not, after we've already successfully got all the miners to flip the bit, that's not a scenario anyone thinks is likely. If we win, if BIP110 gets adopted by the big mining pools sometime between now and 19 days from now, it doesn't matter the transaction content of the blocks for the following month. And then at the end of that month, everyone is going to assume that they comply with the BIP110 rules. There will definitely not be a chain split, and certainly not one that comes as a result of transaction selection, because BIP110 starts out by enforcing bit flipping. It doesn't start out by enforcing block contents having any other kind of thing. So this just tells me he has not read the BIP. It's maybe overly pedantic for me to point it out, but everyone just kind of bandwagons on it and, throws a bunch of likes at it, but it's inaccurate. If I said something like that, I would correct myself, because I actually know that I'm out of my depth technically and I make mistakes on stuff like this. But these technical guys that always have some sort of soft fork they're advocating for in their handle that have been Reardon was pushing for 4 new opcodes at one point, and he'll push stuff like this and not even correct himself. This is what I mean. It's not about your technical prowess. It's about your humility and your ability to be intellectually rigorous and honest with yourself. When you leave stuff like this up, okay, sorry, it turns out I was wrong. I forgot. I didn't realize that BIP110 starts out by enforcing version bit signaling. It doesn't do anything with regard to template construction other than that. So the chain split would come as a result of miners not flipping a bit. It's got nothing to do with big op returns. It's got nothing to do with anything else. And he's trying to say miners will lose money. Why would a miner not include one inscription in order to stay on the right side of the chain? Well, you can still mine inscriptions 19 days from now. You just need to flip the version bit. So I'll go over the rest. It proposes to make this nearly guaranteed chain split with no relay protection to enable users to safely navigate the split, making loss of funds by BIP110 followers likely. Who is buying this stuff? Again, this and look at where we are. I'm just going back. This is like the mega thread. This is supposed to be everything. Like if you're supposed to read this and be like, BIP110 is the worst, most disgraceful upgrade ever conceived of in Bitcoin's history. This is what gets cited as the gold standard. And I'm reading it and I'm like, it's full of mistakes, and the people writing it have never owned any of the mistakes. I'm just, again, who is this stuff for? Rant over. I'll go back to this now so we can at least see it together.
Hey guys, I gotta drop. Awesome stream. It's been fun.
Cheers, Chris.
All right, Chris.
All right.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm just like, it proposes to do all this less than 1 year after it was first published, when other much less intrusive soft forks, and this is where we get into the like, I had a soft fork idea and no one went for it, with greater consensus among developers were considered rushed with a 2-year minimum activation time. That speaks to the complexity of what it is you were trying to do versus BIP110, Reardon. It doesn't speak to...
Well,
No?
I would say it's more to do with the fact that it's a feature versus a bug fix.
Yeah, that too. Well, that's...
Like, no matter what the feature is, even if it's a simple feature, I think 2 years is probably a good minimum.
Yeah, I agree. Adding new opcodes to Bitcoin obviously requires more time than a bug fix like BIP110, where we're just limiting the size of various things for obvious reasons. And then is his conclusion. BIP110 is a hostile attack on the decentralization and central value of the Bitcoin network and development process. It's a manifestation of decentralization. If it fails, I don't want to think what that looks like. It's just going to be a network without any of the check or balance provided by the node runners. It's just going to be an industry coin, a centralized captured cryptocurrency that is unable to withstand any sort of state coercion. It's an unjust misframing of the situation, and it's unjust in that it accuses the opponents of that which it's guilty. Spam is a centralizing thing in Bitcoin. Large chunks of unwanted media being stored on other people's computers is a horrible trend within Bitcoin, and efforts to thwart it are born of a concern around decentralization. The whole motivation of BIP110, its heart, is maintaining decentralization. And to call it an attack on decentralization, as Tone Vase does, is hilarious, because everyone's got to use core. If people start using stuff that isn't core, that makes things more centralized. This is really his argument. Unbelievable. Like, we all have to use the same implementation with the same 5 guys that have control over what gets merged into it. Somehow that's decentralized. If they do stuff we don't like and we start running alternative clients, nope, that centralizes everything. Really. It's just so utterly illogical. I mean,
it's not a complete non-issue, but it's something that I can't solve. Other people have to solve it by starting new implementations, or Core could solve it by merging BIP110.
Yeah, Core should merge BIP110, and I've already, before you arrived, I was already saying there are forks of Core that have it ready to go. They won't allow any review of it. They always close them as spam, which they're obviously not. Which again is a point I've been generous with Core. When the wallet deletion bug happened, I was sympathetic. I thought that is a mistake. I can see how that could happen to anyone, and. But with regard to closing the BIP110 pull request as spam, that's completely unforgivable. The BIP exists in the BIP repo. Someone implemented that BIP and created a PR for it into Bitcoin Core. You don't get to mark that as spam, right? It went through all of the processes you insist on. It was on the mailing list. It was on the BIP's repo. It got merged into the BIP repo. When someone creates a pull request to that effect, the author of the BIP, that's not spam. Obviously, you get to disagree with it and say, I don't want this in Bitcoin Core. I hate it for whatever reason. But it's not spam, is it? You're lying. So that really annoys me. This Kevin guy comes up with the next one. The BIP110 people. Miniscript uses things called fragments. Some of these fragments use op-if. So this whole thing here that's part of the mega thread of everything BIP110 does wrong. It's basically... I don't want to pretend that Miniscript has been upgraded and fixed. If he was prepared to admit that Miniscript doesn't have to do this anymore, it's been fixed by Kyle, then he could just drop all this. This is irrelevant. You don't need to use op-if in Taproot. It's been upgraded in such a way that it provably isn't able to generate scripts that do that. This is one chunk of frivolous crap. Is there anything else here? This cost cannot be denied or ignored. Wait, disabling an opcode that is... he's trying to say that this imposes a cost on wallet devs and engineers because now they have to adapt to the fact that they can't use op-if in Taproot. Well, actually, part of that's why it's an effective thing against the inscribers, because that cost is now theirs. They have to adapt all of their block explorers and all of their wallet software to accommodate the fact that op-if isn't a thing anymore in Taproot.
Well, it's still nonsense because it was a design flaw to begin with to have used op-if in TapScript.
We got hands up.
Can we remember that miners will always enforce nodes, and in this case, 100% of nodes support reduced data temporary soft fork, unless Super Testnet does have the courage to actually run his URSF.
Let's
And
do
they-
super testnets next, shall we? This is
Yeah.
a screenshot from a Telegram rant. Finish what you're saying, and then we'll do testnets after that.
And they'll always follow incentives. So I love what Knut said, that imagine the dilemma that these big pools find themselves in, the prisoner's dilemma. So first their choice was, we can ignore this, but there's way too much support. So at the moment they could no longer ignore this, someone had to comment, and look who blinked first, but it was Foundry. As soon as one of the big mining pools starts suspecting that another big one will signal, then prisoner's dilemma scenario kicks in. You can't ignore it anymore. So think about the layers of strategy and disinformation these guys have got to deal with right now. So if you were to collude, all of the pools got together and said, let's not flip the bit. Wait, you're going to trust the other guys to not do the same thing? So my thinking is, if I'm another, say Foundry calls me up and I'm one of the other pools, if Foundry flips the bit, I flip the bit. If they don't flip the bit, I flip the bit. Why in the world would anyone not do that? They're always going to follow incentives. So what is the incentive not to do it? And you can't trust anybody else.
Nope.
So they're going to flip the bit. There's no way you can't.
There are scenarios where they could not. To be fair, there are, but I don't see them happening.
At the risk, the risk is, depending on how you value the blocks that are mined during that signaling period, $450 million. So every 10 minutes, you're risking $200,000. I don't think they're going to do it. And I hate to bring this up, but there is a shareholder of Foundry. And so if I'm that shareholder and Foundry has got a fiduciary duty, then by not flipping the bit, they have just shirked that duty. So if we lose out on $200,000, I'm going to want that back.
I agree. Let's look at this. I do think they'll face pressure from their shareholders, and I do think Foundry's actions that may or may not be real, they reflect a company doing what any company you could expect would do in this situation, which is, we're going to be in hot water. We can, if we choose the BIP110 thing and none of the other pools come along for it, we might be in trouble. And if we don't choose the BIP110 thing, we might end up mining a chain that gets wiped out completely. In either case, sorry, go ahead.
Foundry's so big that if they choose BIP110, then it's pretty much a sure thing. That it doesn't matter what anyone else does at that point.
I agree with that. But if Foundry, I think it would be in bad taste for, like, this is the thing, like, that we've always been aware of in this whole thing. I don't want Luke to come up with a soft fork idea, post it, and then Foundry activates it, and then that's it. Now the rest of the because of soft fork mechanics, the other pools all follow suit immediately because they don't want to be on a dead chain, and we just activated it. That to me is too little resistance to anything. Like, I'm glad that we had to carry a mining pool along kicking and screaming, because that to me gives some comforting level of inertia on the current state of the rules. I'm all right with that. I don't want Foundry really to just have that much control and power, and I'm glad that their actions weren't, you know, I know it would have been nice and convenient for Foundry to say, oh, we like this thing, we're activating it, and then everyone else to do it. Like, there would have been a lot less than all this mudslinging and drama we've had to deal with. It would have been nice, but...
Who was the pool that you had to carry kicking and stream? Was it Foundry or Ocean that you're talking about?
We don't go there in this stream, man. But look, Ocean is... But I mean, Ocean went through all the same processes Foundry have to do. It's like, look, there's ambiguity around consensus rules in a month.
Yeah.
Like...
And that's been my point on Twitter. I've been saying the same thing. Ocean is in the same position.
Yeah, like, and this is all the nervousness. People are like, what are Ocean going to do? I'm like, it's not up to us, but we're not in a good situation. No one is. Like, Foundry know that there's the potential for chaos. So they want to make sure that if and when they get sued for whatever happens in August, they can say, well, here's what we did to prepare for it. And our actions were very reasonable. That's all Foundry has to be able to do to be able to protect itself. And like every pool's going to be motivated in the same way. Like smaller miners don't care; they'll mine BIP110 and hold a middle finger up. But big pool like Foundry, they can't sit there and they're not going to take activist positions and say we want this to activate, because they get ripped to pieces by the other side the minute they do that. And funnily enough, they didn't. They took a completely neutral position, and they still had the other side going nuts at them. John Beer from BitMEX, he's still freaking out at them, like, how dare you announce that you might activate BIP110? And they're like, look, we just left it up to our miners. What do you want us to do here? Like, anyway, let's
They
read
even
this.
unfairly biased it against BIP110.
What's that? It was biased against BIP110, but it wasn't biased enough. This is like, how like Callie and CoinJoin Chris and all these people are attacking Start9 for being pro BIP110, and it's like their 0351 Start OS defaults to Bitcoin Core, right? It's still Core by default. They just let you have the option of installing knots. So that makes them a knots company that now need to be put. Like Mandrick and Callie went off on this, and Tone Vase, right? The three of them have been on this, like, we need to murder Start9. They're attacking Bitcoin and all this stuff. I'm like, they still default to Bitcoin Core. Are you insane? Like, how much of a sycophant do we need to be to Bitcoin Core before you guys won't lose your shit over it? Foundry announces a policy where their miners, if 51% of them cross a threshold where they say that we need to flip the bit as a pool, they'll flip. Otherwise, and we'll keep it as it is at the moment, and we'll count all non-voting miners as having voted no. That is such a status quo bias, but they're still furious about it.
Yeah, the fiduciary duty in that case, the default should be to flip the bit. Now, if you want to say that to be a true taking no sides, it would be an abstain. What the default in this case is against.
Yep.
So they're opening themselves to risk there, and the second they open their mouth, I believe that, as Canute said, the cat is out of the bag. So if I'm the other pools, I'm flipping the bit no matter what.
Yeah, if I was in Foundry's position, I would have defaulted to yes, because the only way there isn't chaos on August the 8th is if you don't flip, if you go along with BIP110. Everyone knows that we're not backing down, and our side means it, but no one believes them on their side. And John Beer always says the UASF guys are the bluff. It's not. The industry was bluffing in 2017, and they capitulated. Now they're not even bluffing. They're just not touching it. And then the minute August comes around, they just hope they can flip the bit quietly and not get yelled at. That's it. That's not even a bluff. That's just leave us alone, and I don't want to get sued. That's it.
The cheapest, easiest hedge against risk for the big miners is just flip the bit. Whereas if they don't, then they're facing, an unpredictable amount of risk that they can't really manage or, scope properly. Because look, how much of the network is already prepared for this?
100%,
regardless
of what I would say.
Exactly. So the easiest, cheapest way is to not, what do they say? Don't fight the Fed. Don't stand in front of the train. The trend is your friend. We have all the momentum with what we've been doing for the last 3 years. I don't think it's reasonable for them to go from a cheap, relatively low risk decision to flip the bit at the last minute, change their mind and say, you know what, we're going to fight this thing.
Yeah, I picture a boardroom with a dozen guys sitting at a big corporate table, and these guys are all interested in profit and reporting to shareholders. And if I'm whiteboarding this thing, you lay out all the reasons to flip the bit, and you basically fill the whiteboard up. What do you put on the side of don't flip the bit? Even if you are going to say this is ideological and somehow,
Well, I don't think that the miners are sitting there filling their whiteboard up with the tweets of a half dozen devs who are working on relatively small projects in comparison to the size of a huge operation like Foundry. Yeah. That's what I think.
Totally agree. I don't know what you put on the side of don't flip the bit that is compelling enough to override everything else and assume all that
Yeah,
risk.
Justin, for me, it's never been, we don't want to flip the bit. It's always been, we don't want to be the first guy to flip the bit and then have to take all the gunfire while everyone else follows us and just walks through without any issue. Like, for me, that was why I expected the cascade. Because the minute the first pool flips, the rest of them are like, oh, well, everyone just went insane at Foundry for what they did. Then via BTC can just follow along whistling with their hands in the pocket. Like, all right, well, we had to do it. And then who's going to attack via? They've just used all the gunfire on the first pool that did it. And immediately the rest of the ecosystem attacking them knows that they've lost. So there's no one attacking you anyway. It becomes completely harmless to do it. And then you're just left with all this, like, you know, limp-wristed arguments from Giacomo about precedent. Like,
notice they didn't do it publicly, where they didn't announce it publicly, say, hey, we want our miners to signal. They sent out a quiet email that got leaked, and I do think it's real. And I've told Mechanic my reasons why I think it is real privately, but I think it's real. I don't have any insider knowledge, but I'm pretty convinced that that's a real email. And it's they have to vote until mandatory signaling. It's like they want to flip the bid, but they can always say, hey, if they did it publicly, then we could find out for sure if they voted. If they how the miners voted. But since they're doing it privately, we don't know how the miners are going to vote. They're not going to say that publicly. So I'm not saying that they want to flip the bid, but they're going to flip the bid.
Yeah, and like Greg says, we're pretending like they're in control. They're not in control. They're just going to enforce what we say anyway. So it's just fun to game it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to look at it with the reverse logic. Do miners obey nodes or not? I know we're not 100% of the nodes, but we are very dominant, even though we're at 18%. It's
the
like
nodes that conceptually enforce the rules are closer to 80%.
Well, my point is, sorry, I'm just saying the hard fork, the idea of like, are we going to respect the next halving? We'll poll our miners on our pool to see whether we're going to respect the next halving. I'm like, all right, I'll have fun with that. But even if you vote no, you do realize that you're all going to respect the next halving, right? Like, this is from the perspective of a BIP110 node, there's a rule coming, and your job as a miner is to figure out what that is so that you can get paid. This is not a democracy where miners have some sort of, you're not like the House or the Senate or something, and you now have to get some say over what, the executive branch is trying to do. That's not, Bitcoin doesn't work like that. The nodes are the boss. That's it. Nodes get to control what the rules are. There's way too many of them saying this rule is coming in. Miners being like, should we obey it or not? I'm like, yeah, have fun, guys. Have fun debating that. But ultimately, even if you say no, all you're doing is voting on, I don't know. You're just delaying the inevitable.
They're not. Go ahead, Justin. I was just going to say, they're not filling up the whiteboard with a half dozen tweets from developers of relatively obscure projects. No, they're filling up the whiteboards with dollar signs and infrastructure and jobs on the line, and probably a lot of political pressure in one way or another. I don't know what that might be, but and I'm not putting down developers working on these, intricate tap scripts. They're clearly very intelligent people, and they have a different set of incentives, obviously, but I don't think that's going to have any weight with Foundry or any of these other big ones.
They may arrive at a decision, but the moment a lawyer walks in that room, all discussion is off. There is nothing to even discuss. You flip the bet. And so, yeah, another thing. So 0% of miners are signaling for the next halving. That means it won't happen?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, guys. We haven't asked their opinion on the next halving, so everyone thinks it's going to happen. If we put out a client that they could optionally use to flip a version bit to indicate that they were okay with the next halving, do you know how many of them would flip that bit? 0. Do you know how many of them would respect it anyway? All of them. That's how I feel about it. And they're like, you said it at 55%. And I'm like, yeah, none of them want to accelerate the adoption of BIP110 or the activation of it. But is any of them actually going to not do what they're told by the nodes when it comes down to it? No. In fact, we should have done that. We should have made a fork of core that flips a version bit that just says publicly, I'm a miner and I'm okay with the next halving. And then we can just watch everyone go, what? None of them flipped the bit. That means the next halving's cancelled. I would love to do that, just to be like, if you guys figured this out yet.
I'll tell you what they're discussing in their boardroom. They're not, what they're saying is we don't want to get involved in Bitcoin politics. We don't, that's what they're saying. And I guess that's a good thing because they are not, involved in Bitcoin politics. They respect what the nodes say. So, that's what they're saying, and they're going to respect the nodes. Otherwise, the
only argument they have, Patrick, is you're not all of the nodes. You're just a very large minority. That's the only argument they have. Big argument, yeah. Right. Yeah. I don't know how to refute that in a one-liner because it sounds reasonable on its surface, but when you dig one layer below the surface, you're like, all right, well, what kind of node runner is it that's one of the 18% that is enforcing BIP110? Who are those people? Are they like do they represent most of the entire non-captured based aspect of the Bitcoin community?
You would have to bet that nobody is going to be transacting on the BIP110 side. We already know that's not the case. We already know several businesses have come forward and said, we're running BIP110 clients and we are going to be enforcing those rules. And it's going to be really interesting to see, on the small chance that there is an actual chain split, what those businesses are going to do, because they're going to be like, well, I want to get a confirmation on a BIP110 side. I may have gotten a confirmation on the garbage chain, but that's not Bitcoin. So I want an actual confirmation on my node client. And what are they going to do? They're going to need miners to get those confirmations. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens if the miners actually do try to fuck around and find out. It will be actually interesting to see how it's resolved itself. This may be the best scenario, Mechanic, because you've discussed this before. Maybe we don't want a smooth activation. I mean, I guess we all do want a smooth activation, but if we get a smooth activation, the idiots like John Bear are just going to say, oh, well, the miners just decided, like you said, for no reason to flip the bit, so the miners gave us a bit. Well, that's what they're going to say.
That's what John Beer and Matt Odell and all these revisionists will do in the future. Like, even Tone will probably flip to that. I don't know why I keep referencing him. Tone is really does not deserve to be a thought leader in this whole thing. But, yeah, in the future, they can rewrite history as BIP110 was dead in the water, but Foundry and Antpool decided to revive it by flipping the bit, and then something happened and we all agreed with it and it activated. That's what they've done with BIP148. They don't acknowledge it or credit it. Like, Matt Corallo is actually the worst liar in regard to this whole revisionist history thing. They really do just pretend BIP148 was irrelevant. It didn't do anything. BIP91 came along and miners all ran that, and that activated SegWit. That is how they wrote the history book, and it's a complete lie. And the reason they did it is because they feared something like BIP148 happening again, which is BIP110. And as you can tell, they're not very happy about BIP110. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I can imagine a situation where some miner just contacts Odell or Andy Beck and says, oh, you promised that there wouldn't make a successful soft fork, right? That they wouldn't even complete a BIP process. So how can we rely on you, or how can we trust you that that activation will not be successful, right? You already lied to us that it's almost impossible to make a soft fork in Bitcoin anymore, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible if you got the cojones for it. It's unpleasant, but it's perfectly possible.
Hey, Mechanic, can I say something about revisionist history? I believe it's going to be very difficult this time. I will say I've been accused of keeping a list of enemies, similar to maybe what some of, Nazi Germany maybe. But what I am doing is I have a very well-written script that works really well. And receipts are being kept on an hourly basis. So there's a job that runs every hour. And if you've commented on any terms related to what's going on right now, then there are not only folders within X with tweets that exist now that are being kept and organized, but also I have got gigabytes on Cloudflare R2 storage right now. So if you've posted it, then it's saved and it will be used again. So there's going to be all sorts of revisionisms, but
I really do appreciate you doing that, because like there's during times like these, I see people like lying through their teeth a few months from now, and I always want to be like, I know that you said a million things to the opposite effect, and I have no idea how to dig any of them up. I don't bookmark tweets. I don't do anything like that. Like the one I really wanted to get was when, like a year ago, Andy Back and Stefan Lavara and Lynn Alden and people like that were saying, I don't like JPEGs on the blockchain, but, and they would always start their tweet with that. And I was like, I need to collect all these, because every time, you know, like back when we all used to try and fit within the liberal world order, and you weren't allowed to say I'm not racist, but people would say that, right? And you'd always be like, oh well, you know what comes after that, right? So I don't like spam on the blockchain, but this thing came out of the mouth of like everyone that's rabidly anti BIP110, and I was like, I wish I could have kept all those tweets, but I just didn't have the discipline to do it.
What I think is funny is we've been doing this for how many years now, and we've been up against it the entire way. You know, everybody's been a naysayer since the beginning. First it was, oh, knots, they'll never get, oh, spam, it's not a big deal, it doesn't exist, what is spam? Then it was, oh, knots has 2%, haha, look at them, you know, it's going nowhere, you know, and they've done this the entire way. I mean, I guess it's a good thing. I would be really kind of more concerned if there was no resistance to what we're doing. That wouldn't be a good sign for the network or for decentralization. But some of this stuff is just ridiculously absurd. A lot of it's not really worthy of a response, but, you know, we're kind of obligated to a certain degree. I mean, you guys are a lot more than me. I just block people left and right. I don't have time for this. I'm focused. But that's really what it comes down to is no amount of resistance is going to stop what we believe to be true about what's necessary for the long-term health and sustainability of the network. Because on one side, you've got people that say, you know, oh, well, just stop being poor, buy another SSD, or, you know, just ridiculous, irresponsible statements. And then what I believe is on our side, we're saying, no, we're thinking about the least among us. We're thinking about the people who have old hardware. We're thinking about people who, you know, run their node on a Pentium from 2008. We're thinking about people that live in Africa. We're thinking about people that live, you know, in basically a different world from us, where we have all the latest tools and technology and access. Bitcoin needs to work for those people too. And these overly simplistic objections, or these highly technical, esoteric objections, when you place them side by side with the overarching ethical and network-centered arguments about, hey, what are we doing here? How are our decisions today going to affect 10 years down the road? It becomes a no-brainer for me. Obviously, I'm biased, but we could see this pretty early on when we started having these conversations. And then the resistance and the objections, they just simply don't update their mental model to listen to what we're saying. They just keep repeating the same nonsense. So it's frustrating, but, you know, TikTok, time's out. Like, you got 19 days. Come up with an actual objection that's going to make me reevaluate my life.
Come up with some. Really, what we're looking for amongst them is, can we take Core as a credible team that will have the backbone to stand up for abuses of the network and attempt to do what's necessary to issue it? And if they started doing stuff like that, yeah, I would have confidence in what they're doing and be fine to move on and let bygones be bygones. It doesn't have to be personal for me, but they're just not doing it. They failed to do it, and then they actively solicited more of it with opening up data carrier size, and they showed themselves to be incredibly disingenuous, petty, politically minded people in the process. And Hodler documented all of that, and it's painstaking and annoying work, and it gets dismissed as tabloid fear-mongering and scandal-mongering and all that stuff. But it isn't. It's all mostly accurate, but it's orbiting the actual issue, right? I really didn't want them to leave the filters broken. I really didn't want them to break data carrier size intentionally. I really didn't want them to do the kinds of things that make it really annoying to maintain a fork of core while, spouting open source rhetoric about how we're transparent and all that stuff when you're clearly not. All this stuff was just unacceptable to me. And if they're gonna, that it all combines together to make me say, obviously I'm never going to run Bitcoin Core again, because there's no fixing that kind of stuff. It's all just trash at this point. So
Go
ahead.
Sorry to interrupt.
You're fine.
Even if like some handler died tomorrow and they all said, we can speak our minds freely, we're sorry for everything, and like had a complete miraculous change of attitude toward the whole thing, it's still, BIP110 is still happening. It's just we might not have to do anything after it, although I think we should probably still discuss renewing some of it, just to close that gap completely.
Agreed.
But
yeah,
it's the time to debate whether BIP110 happens that was months ago.
I know, and it needed to happen sincerely, and if they really were the kinds of people we could reconcile with, like at the end of this list of Michael Saylor's, it's all about community cohesion, right? So, what is he called? A better path is available. Let's just skip to the end. Like, let's look at it. I'll just do this all because it's a summary. And it's basically just, hey, you know what, guys? We're all Bitcoiners. We need to get on. This isn't the biggest, most important issue in the world. And I'm just of the opposite opinion. We are under attack. I'm being told by the people attacking us that I need their permission to defend myself. This is ridiculous. I obviously don't accept that. And they're like, well, you're not following the proper process. I'm like, I know, because you're using the process against me, so I now have to break it. Of course, we don't have consensus within a community infiltrated with people attacking it, that we are allowed to defend ourselves from them. So this is obvious. Hold on. Let's read a couple of these points. Someone's got their hand up. You go first, and then I'll read some of these points.
Yeah, just I've said it before in this call, but Michael has pretty recently been saying that his stocks are like this digital capital, digital credit, digital BS stuff, right? And like I've talked to the team at Strategy, like to CJ and to Fong and or mainly to CJ and to Michael, like face to face. At Strategy World, I actually went there. Like I go to these Suitcoiner conferences, right? Because I talk about Lightning and like it's super exciting. Like now you guys have all this capital, let's deploy it, right? But like I want to tell them like straight that you can't go out saying that your stocks are the money of the future. Like Bitcoin is money, right? So you can just shut that whole thing down, right? And the second order of effect with him doing that is that when he does that, he has no credibility when he posts this stuff about consensus and all these protocol level things. So it's just super ironic, the timing of everything, right? And it's if I was a miner looking at this, like I'm actually doing something that's valuable. I mean, even though they work for nodes, they're actually running a proper business, infrastructure business. But these treasury companies that are just pooling capital and buying a bunch of Bitcoin, putting it on a balance sheet, they're actually not producing any value for Bitcoin until they actually deploy it, right?
I agree with you on the timing.
It's super ironic.
The timing is pretty funny because 3 or 4 years ago, Adam Back was still a hero. Peter Todd was still untarnished because Ukraine hadn't kicked off yet. Michael Saylor was the greatest thing that had ever happened to Bitcoin. And now it looks like Blockstream's probably running a cloud mining Ponzi scheme with a bunch of embezzled funds by this Chris Cook guy who's probably going to end up in jail before the end of the year. And it looks like Samson and Adam are playing cover for that whole thing. Meanwhile, Michael Saylor has done a complete 180. He's doing everything he can to undermine sovereign usage of Bitcoin and get everyone to buy his stupid stonks instead, which are doing really badly. And Parker Lewis has presented those incredibly accurately as they're just Bitcoin with a bunch more risk being presented as a way to buy Bitcoin and get more they're supposed to be a way for you to buy Bitcoin and exaggerate the gains, but they're not. They're the opposite. They're a way to buy Bitcoin that introduces counterparty risk and a bunch of overhead and liabilities that doesn't exist if you just buy Bitcoin. So it's the opposite. It should be a discount. You should be able to buy the amount of dollars that could buy you one Bitcoin, you should be able to use 30% fewer dollars to be able to buy one Bitcoin's worth of MSTR or STRC, because there's additional risk. It's not mitigated. So anyway, the point is those guys, Adam Back, Peter Todd, Michael Saylor, I don't know, even people like Pierre Rochard, people that were kind of based and cool and like cypherpunk credentials and all that, every single one of them is an absolute orange-washed shitcoiner at this point. And they are all lined up telling us BIP110 is a terrible idea. It's incredibly weird that it would happen now. If we had this fight 3 years ago, where would Adam Back and Samson and Michael Saylor have been then? I really would have liked to have known that. But nowadays, they've done everything wrong. They're being spat out by the community. I mean, we know David Bailey's against it. He would have been against it. But Adam Back, Samson, different. Like something happened and they've changed, and now it's up to people. Go ahead.
Adam's like playing what's that game, roulette, where you just keep doubling down. Waiting for that big win so you can walk away from the table. That's what it looks like for me.
That's like
the martingale system.
Island Boy was Island Boy before 3 years ago.
No, but maybe Island Boy.
Know it.
Maybe Island Boy, like when they got compromat on you, they don't necessarily exercise it until they need it, right? I'm not. Look, this is all allegedly because I don't want to invite the kinds of issues here, right? We know what it looks like that happened in the Epstein emails. We know what happened. We've asked questions publicly in earnest. We've been given runaround lawyer-style answers. So now everyone assumes the worst. You knew everyone would assume the worst. So if you hadn't done the worst, you presumably would have come out and squashed the notions. You didn't. So now we feel justified in assuming the worst. I don't know. That doesn't mean that they immediately figure out, hey, Bitcoin is being attacked. I think the attacks against Bitcoin initially were quite organic. They were just scammers. I think Casey Rodamore isn't some evil double agent. I think he's just a con artist. I don't know a lot about the guy. Yeah, he's just a con artist. And then it became a big enough problem, and the defense escalated things to the point where it was like, ooh, this is a good attack. Let's get this incredibly dodgy person to show up who now runs the podcast someone was referring to earlier. I'm going to be deliberately evasive and not say who it is, right? We're going to get these people to... Go ahead.
When did they do the trial run on BSV?
Good question. I mean, that was 2016, 2017. Let me look that up.
Hey, FYI, guys,
I hate searching for that stuff.
Your messages are visible on the stream, so just don't say anything in the messages that might be toxic. Not that anybody did.
Hold on, I got a guest here. Who's trying to join? Oh, we got Kyle joining. Great. I can't believe this. Kyle, welcome to the stream. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you guys?
Yeah, we're good.
According
according to most Knots critics, you don't exist because Knots only has one developer.
I was just going to say that with Michael Saylor, we're listening to this guy and he doesn't even run his own node.
Right. Who is this guy preaching to us?
No, he runs a node, but he doesn't know why he's running it. He thinks he's running it to support the network. He doesn't actually use it. He doesn't self-custody. So Michael Saylor is doing what these quote-unquote nerdy devs are accusing the plebs of doing. The plebs are running nodes. We're attaching them to wallets. We're using to transact. Michael Saylor is running a node because, I'm running a node, so I could support the network. And I'm not self-custodying my coins.
So Saylor is one of those non-economic nodes.
What were you guys saying?
Non-economic node, exactly, Luke. Sorry, Kyle, didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how can we quantify the economic weight of MicroStrategies? I mean, he can say what he wants, but he's got to put his, if he doesn't run his own node, then how?
If they put some Bitcoin on Lightning, I would give them some kudos for that, but that seems to be far off.
Maybe I can buy MicroStrategy services with Bitcoin, but it doesn't seem like it. Especially if he, he's not going to promote buying things with Bitcoin if he's saying you should buy a pizza with a credit card.
No, they only take
services
fiat.
at this
They don't
point.
take.
But they have a bunch of merch and stickers.
Mechanic, can I make a quick point, do a quick PSA here?
Of course.
So for anybody who's listening who maybe has been confused by a lot of what we're talking about, let's boil it down real simple. Bitcoin Core's sole responsibility and objective should be to advocate for Bitcoin node runners. That is their job as people who publish the reference implementation of Bitcoin, is to fight for node runners. That's the only reason that they exist. But see, they've done the exact opposite. They placed a tax on node runners. And most people say, how can that possibly be? And we've been led down a path of death by 1,000 cuts, and we are the boiling frog. We haven't even noticed how we've gotten to this point. But it's so outrageous when you zoom out and you get perspective on this thing. And what makes it even worse, it would be one thing if they had ideological grounds to do this. But what they've done is they've accepted tens of millions of dollars through the funding apparatus of Brink, Spiral, Chain Code Labs, HRF, sitting in World Trade Center, doling out tens of millions of dollars to, unfortunately, Chris is gone, so we can say it, misguided, economically illiterate, young people who have no idea the difference between Keynesian and Austrian economics, and who, like Gloria, it's shocking that the face of Bitcoin Core came out and said absolutely outrageous things, as complete contempt for node runners and people who own Bitcoin. So what you can do to fight back is, first of all, if you need to educate yourself, as Hodlo Knott, who fought Craig Wright in court and won, wrote, it's going to be a 4-part series. It's 3 parts. Look for that. That documents everything. It's very easy to read, actually.
And he gets sorry to cut you off. Hodler Knott gets a lot of hate for doing that, because he's talking about, it's all ancillary stuff. But it's, the minute anyone goes down the rabbit hole of what Core did, which was close a pull request that wanted to fix a filter for specious reasons, then ignore those same reasons for opening another filter a year later, a couple of years later, in fact. That's all they did. That was all you need to, and they did a DEI hire of someone that clearly thinks Bitcoiners are all trash people. This was enough for most people to be like, I'm done with Core, I've had enough. And then Hodler Knott went and got all the receipts. That's all he did. And people look at what Hodler Knott did and they're like, well, that doesn't prove anything. This is all circumstantial. And I'm like, yeah, but everyone wants to know why they did what they did. And it's reasonable for someone to go and get all those receipts. And it's so annoying when people like Adam, call it trash tabloid journalism and all that. I'm like, well, everyone actually wants to know this stuff because everyone wants to know what went wrong. Like, there was no reason Core had to do they did a couple of, no one knew who Gloria or Fanquake or A-Chow or any of these people were. They've been around for years. No one cared. No one gave them a hard time. No one was hassling them. They were on Twitter. They were left alone. No one was giving them a hard time about their private lives or their decisions or digging up IRC logs from 5-6 years ago. No one cared about that stuff. And still, until people were like, they've done stuff I don't like. There must be something wrong with it. Let's go digging. That's it. It's reasonable to go digging there. And it's reasonable to answer the question of why is it like it is? And
another thing that I've noticed about the opposition is they don't want to take a holistic, they don't want to take a snapshot, at the broader scale. They want to avoid looking at the social things. They don't want to acknowledge that you can't just isolate one, column or silo of this issue and ignore the rest of it. It all adds up. It all is cumulative, like the spam. It all adds up. And if we don't fix this stuff, it's going to keep adding up and it's going to keep growing and snowballing until, here we are. So
you can't have it both ways. Like,
exactly.
You can't have like the nice house with the mowed lawn and the manicured bush outside and no trash, nothing left on the lawn, and like the doorbell works, the window is sealed properly, like the sprinkler system doesn't spray on the sidewalk by mistake. You can't have that house, or the house next door to it that's falling apart, you know, with broken windows and all that stuff. Like, you can only choose one of those things. If Bitcoin doesn't care about little issues like too much spam filling up the blocks, even though we have the block size limit and transaction fees exist, if you can't fix little issues, no matter how little you think it is, the BIP110 stuff, the BIP110 souls, if you can't fix stuff like that, then you don't have the nice, manicured, perfectly maintained house. You have the falling apart one instead. You can't go in two directions at once. Either you care about this thing and keep it in good repair, or you don't. Those are your two choices.
The fourth law of thermodynamics: either Bitcoin is actively maintained as a monetary network, or it turns into a garbage cloud storage network.
You can only move in one direction. You can either get more decentralized or less decentralized. And I know that.
And another thing, good.
Well, you got trends within that, is my point. Like, BIP110 is a resurgence of decentralization, and what it's so shamelessly written off as a Sybil attack, which it is not. Thousands of people went out and bought nodes as a result of this. And they're like, well, you used to work at Start9, so is that all this is? You're just doing this to generate money for your old employer. And like, you'll do anything to crap on the network getting healthier. Like this, how amazing is it that thousands of people went out and started running Bitcoin nodes? And if they did it with Start9, they were able to install other stuff on top of the node and actually become an economic user of it right away. Like, how amazing is this?
Buy nodes. They didn't just buy nodes.
Yeah.
Because I've talked to some of these people. They've reached out to me. And they didn't just buy nodes. They bought nodes, and then they bought a cold card or a seed signer, and they made up a cold storage wallet connected to their node. That's what they did. And they're overwhelmingly running either NOTs or BIP110, and most of them are running BIP110 in my opinion. And the other thing, to go off of what No Quarter was saying regarding, it kind of snowballs and it builds. I mean, call me crazy, but I feel like if in 2023, when Luke came up with those PRs to try to nip all this in the bud, had they just said, yeah, this is probably not what Bitcoin's for, and just kind of went along with it, we could have probably had half of the stuff reared in once by now. We would have probably went along with it stupidly, probably. So I feel like and they're saying that we're engagement farming. I'm sure I wouldn't have been engagement farming. I wouldn't have been on Twitter all day, and I'm a nobody. I have no dreams of that I have a huge follower base or I'm influential. I'm basically a nobody. I have a few thousand followers on Twitter, and I don't work in the space. I just happen to like Bitcoin. And we had Andy back in my DMs was trying to talk me out of supporting BIP110. I'm like, this is surreal. Why is Andy back in my DMs trying to convince me about this stuff? I just didn't understand it, and obviously Tone was too. But I know Tone on a personal level, so I would expect him to say that. But I didn't expect him to say, "Hey man, your friends are all against it, so you better shape up." I didn't expect Tone to say that. I expected to communicate with him about this stuff like through back channels, just like. As I've been talking with Roger Ver through back channels, as late as 2023, I was DMing Roger Ver, but even though I completely disagree with him on Bcash, but it was just surreal to have, and I'm like, is this what people are doing? Are plebs with a few thousand followers getting DM'd by people like Andy and other important people and telling them, hey man, I see you got BIP110 in your handle. Can you change it to no BIP110, please, please, please? Otherwise, we're never going to give you another whale pass. We're never going to give you another whale pass again.
I know, and there's so obviously those motives there. Like, it's so sickening, isn't it? Like, I remember when I had like 100 followers and Charlie Lee was trying to get me to push Litecoin. I'm like, how desperate are you guys? like no one knew who I was back then. He offered to send me some if I promoted it. So how you got to feel if you are the 100 follower guy and Adam Back, who has 1 million followers, who is being pimped out as Satoshi, if he's messaging you, pleading with you not to run BIP110, how is that not going to make you go, man, those guys are desperate? Like, again, like, you can be the tiniest company in the world saying you don't hate BIP110 and you'll get canceled by those guys straight away. Like, and I'm seeing, you know what I'm seeing today? I hope my other half is listening, because this is what we've been like yelling at each other about in agreement. You know how you're just both mad about something? So like the people that are against BIP110 or like defect from it, they have this victim thing they do where they're like, oh, I said something bad about BIP110 and now ironically they're spamming me in my replies. They're so mad about it. They're so emotional. And you know that like mood piece that came out that was like BIP110 people are using more emotional language and stuff, that was like, you're not a victim, dude. Some guy from Brains came out a few hours ago and was like, all right, I'm just going to say it. I don't care how many people cancel me for it. I'm against BIP110. And I replied with the Rick and Morty, okay, that was always allowed. Like, it's activating in 19 days, guys. I really don't
I
think...
remember
I don't mean to clutch.
You were on an X recently, and then I think you, like Wicked and Mr. Hoddle were talking with you, and then it's like you were saying something, and then you finished talking, and then one of them, like, they started like screeching or something, and then it was like a bunch of people screeching, and then it was like, guys, calm down, like one at a time so we can listen to what you're saying. And it's like, that's how I feel like, you know, it's, they call you emotional, then the other person calls you emotional. So it's like, you know, look at yourself in the mirror, basically.
Yeah, they're clearly like, even if I'm being kind to them, and I'll be like, all the inaccuracies in this stuff, like in Vortex's article, conflating spam filters with, you know, with consensus limits, which puts all miners on an equal plane. A new consensus rule does not give one miner an advantage over another. That's, if you want to make that argument, it's wrong, but it's spam filters. It's not consensus rules. If you want to say that it's going to mean miners earn less because there's no spam available, it won't. It will mean, if that was a real thing, it would just mean lower difficulty. I credit them with being too emotional to realize how stupid their arguments are. If I need to stop doing that by assuming they are, you know, Star Trek, whatever you call it, perfectly logical entities that aren't emotional, then I guess I just have to consider you all dumb or liars then. This was the same argument I had with Greg Maxwell, man. I'm like, that was the kind interpretation. Like when Luke called Michael Saylor a moron the other day, I'm like, that's the nice, like, it would be nice if he was a moron. It's probably something worse than that, guys, because he's not stupid and what he's saying is completely illogical. So it's probably something worse than just being stupid, because we know Michael Saylor isn't stupid. Anyway, I don't know how much more we got in the tank, guys. I tried to read this stuff from Saylor, and it's all just so... It's so sanctimonious, and it's such a stretch, and there's so many of them. I think, like, the only one I saw celebrated was... Where is the Saylor thing? There it is. I saw someone, I won't say who, say that 109 was good. So here's 100. The reason number 109 out of 110 that BIP110 is bad. From Saylor, or from ChatGPT rather. We can disagree without turning allies into enemies. BIP110 supporters are trying to protect Bitcoin. The respectful response is to address their concerns while rejecting a remedy that creates greater risks. It sounds very reasonable, doesn't it, guys? Like, I don't know what planet they live on where people turning Bitcoin into this horrible tragedy of the commons, centralized, bound, just pile of trash, basically, are allies. Like, they're not allies.
Is that kind of like Samson's new article?
I haven't read Samson's new article. What's the TLDR?
Like the Alliance or something. It's something similar around these lines.
Well, it's all feel good.
Where was that? Yeah, where was that argument back in October of last year?
But wait,
June of last
this is
year?
what? No, hold on. This is what the crypto guys did forever, right? XRP guys, Brian Armstrong, they would always be like, "Hey, Bitcoiners, we need to come together. We're on the same team, right?" They always used to do this shit, and now it's all these.
You're not on my team.
Go ahead.
You're not on my team if you're spamming my note. You're not on my team if you're spamming my note, and you're not my friend. I've had people who are personal friends who I've met in real life, and like, "Hey, Patrick, we're still friends." I'm like, I don't know. My friends don't usually spam my notes, so I don't know if we could say we're still friends. You know?
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
using.
treasury companies are the latest shitcoin, so that's why they're all in a big group, essentially. Like the VCs, the treasury companies, the grifters, the scammers, the spammers. It's all one big club, and you ain't in it.
Man, I've seen it. I've seen that thrown around as a BIP110 meme. I got my issues with
Yeah,
George Carlin
Samson's,
though.
Samson's trying to say throw the love your enemies thing at me. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll love you, but you're still my enemy at this point.
Yeah, no, that's
Well, that's the
modern.
irony is that they're using these emotional appeals, and then
Well, again,
saying
no,
that you're doing it, not us.
that they keep weaponizing adages against us. They're telling us, "I thought you were into censorship resistance." I'm like, I am. But you're trying to turn that into, I can't defend the network against self-declared attackers. That's not the same thing. And then they say, I thought you were Christian. You're supposed to love your enemy. I do. That doesn't mean I'm not supposed to. That doesn't mean I have to pretend you're not an enemy. That's not the same thing. You're an enemy of the network. Sure, I would love it if Jameson Lopp wants to have a come to Jesus moment and says, I'm sorry I'm doing all this trash on the network. I'm sorry for what I've encouraged. I'm sorry for being a taproot wizard. If he wants to do any of those kinds of things, great. I'll celebrate him and, raise a glass to toast his good health. I love the guy, sure. But that doesn't mean I have to pretend he's an ally. That's just bullshit. Pretending enemies are allies is just basically means you're not allowed to defend yourself, and it's a narcissistic tactic.
Or pretending that a healthy network is one where everyone's agreeing and we're all kumbaya, 99% of the time, when it's like the opposite.
I'm tweeting
Yeah,
about
I mean,
this.
they're fundamentally weak people, right? A lot of these people, and that's kind of the issue where they might be nice on the surface and they can say nice things and all that, but when it comes down to it, when you're really in the gutter and you're trying to solve a problem, you have to make a decision. That's where like.
And these are also the people. They also say that Bitcoin is for enemies, but when supposedly the enemies show up, and then it's like it's a problem.
Yeah, Bitcoin's for enemies. It's not. It's just not. We don't let the enemies decide the rules of Bitcoin, though. So
No,
I'm fine if Elizabeth Warren's using Bitcoin. I'm not okay if she's telling the developers this is what you need to do.
Yeah, like get stabbed, bro. I don't want to get stabbed. What's the
Using
matter?
Bitcoin
Bitcoin's for
is one
enemies.
thing. Attacking Bitcoin is another.
Yeah, Bitcoin. It's money for enemies. It's not a protocol for enemies of the protocol that want to make it not work properly as money. Like how dumb do we have to be to have these adages used against us? Like, I'm gonna shoot you in the freaking head. I don't want you to do that. Oh, so you don't approve of the Second Amendment? Like, I'm so tired of these people using principles that we hold in the wrong context in order to try and limit our ability to act as normal people. Like,
when you've got this laundry list of slogans that have been repeated ad nauseum on Twitter for the last 10 years, they just, at the first sign of controversy, they're going to start trotting these things out. And then I guess it's like, we're not even talking about that. We're talking about this, but they'll just keep like trying to move the goalposts. And then you can't really have any constructive dialogue anymore. I mean, things really broke down at some point where we just started getting into these echo chambers out of necessity for us to have constructive conversations, because you get this intervention with the emotional appeal or the gaslighting or the straw manning of the like, oh, so you want to censor people. It's like, where do you get this stuff from?
I think it's reasonable to address these 110 reasons in the sections, right? So section 11 here is let's all be friends and pretend there aren't actively people trying to, let's zoom out a bit, like to draw a line under this whole approach here, which is, hey, let's be professional. Let's be nice to each other. We're all on the same team. Bitcoin is trying to destroy central banking. It's trying to unseat the powers that be who have been there for centuries from their control over humanity. If you think we can do something like that without having infiltrators and agents provocateurs and saboteurs completely try everything they can to destroy and undermine it, you're an idiot. Bitcoin is full of people that want to absolutely cripple the project to make sure it doesn't succeed at its goal, or turn it into some husk of a goal, which is a great stock I bought that made me a bunch of money, which is the whole Sailor effort. This is the truth of it. So I'm not going to be given kumbaya lullabies from people telling me that we're all on the same team and that we might fight a bit internally, but the fighting is actually the problem. Like, I'm not doing it. It's naive. And this is...
They're going to say that. They're going to
Go
say after the fact that BIP110 had overwhelming consensus. That's what they're going to say. Like 5 years from now, when everyone's forgotten all this stuff, all this drama, they're going to say, yeah, but BIP110 had overwhelming consensus. You know, that's what they're going to say.
That's the thing. It
Yeah,
does. You're
yeah,
just denying it.
it does. Yeah, exactly. Like Luke is right. It does. He's absolutely right there. But yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause-
you didn't mention this, but the Sullivan, I guess you mentioned the Sullivan stuff. I found that incredibly bullish for BIP110. He was literally giving out data about how there's overwhelming support for BIP110 online and trying to kind of spin it in a way to say like, oh, this means it's going to fail. It was so weird. I'm like, all of the stuff that Sullivan was saying was positive for BIP110, but he was trying to, because his brain cannot accept it, he was trying to interpret it in a way that where he was trying to say like, oh, this is all bad for BIP110 because these guys are emotional.
Yeah, we're emotional. We care. That's I'm not going to have that used against me. It doesn't mean we don't have any arguments, right? This is another tactic. It's like when there's a mass protest because something really shouldn't have happened and it did happen, and someone throws a brick through a window, and then that's all the mainstream media talk about. They're like, there was violence at this protest, and you're like, what was the protest about? But they never mention that because it's not an issue they want anyone. Like what happened when that kid got stabbed in London, or I can't remember where it was, a couple of weeks ago, some kid got stabbed, or the news of him getting stabbed happened, and it was like totally racially motivated. The Sikh guy stabbed a white kid, and the police arrested the kid who got stabbed because someone said he was racist. He hadn't been racist. It was all made up nonsense. The kid bled out in handcuffs when he should have been in an ambulance. There was a massive protest about that in England because people are sick of this stuff. And what happened? The media never talked about it, but the tiny bits of focus they did give on it, like there were like thousands of people out on the streets throwing wheelie bins at police and stuff. It was hilarious, some of the protest, but all they did was talk about the violence and be like, this is so unacceptable, you know, and that's what they do. It was a perfectly reasonable protest to have. People are sick of the two-tier policing in the UK where like you're basically guilty of being part of the native population of the country, right? I get way into dangerous territory talking about this stuff, but like, again, like you attacking Bitcoin, you're attacking it, you're making it worse. It keeps going on. Then the minute we defend ourselves, oh, you guys are so divisive. You're so emotional. Like, why don't you use logical arguments? Very, very tired of this. I'm not falling for this tactic. And that argument that they use a lot as well is if you hadn't have reacted at all, the spammers just would have gone away by themselves. Like, yeah, right. So it's my fault. It's my fault that the spammers stuck around. They don't have infinite money to throw at spamming the blockchain. If it's a state level attack, like they don't have infinite money.
So what? Yeah, are you saying that spam is a problem now? Like, oh, the spammers would have gone away if you had just shut up about it. Yeah, but you don't think it's a problem. It's like, okay, so.
Yeah, their approach is to do nothing about it while it gets worse. And every time you come up with a solution, they point out that, well, that solution doesn't work for this reason or that reason. It feels like Satoshi. Every time Satoshi solves the Byzantine generals problem, you didn't really solve it because people might be able to do this. What happens if someone outmines you? You haven't solved the problem at all. Just go away. I've got a working, practical solution that actually does, and I'm going to implement it. All right, guys. We're getting near the end, I think. There's been, like, Merch posted some fresh FUD. I expect there to be daily FUD against BIP110. Technical, like, dev slop, I guess we call it. If they want to call everything we do pleb slop, we call everything they do dev slop. So Merch has posted some new FUD. I don't know what it is. It's something about pay to anchor. Do you want to even bother, Luke? I know you already said this is FUD and nonsense, but do you want to do it? Kyle, do you want to do it? I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
He's trying to play pedantic and say pay to anchor didn't change any consensus rules, or except he's phrasing it in a way that makes it sound like BIP110 didn't interpret it right or something stupid.
What does it actually mean? Is this supposed to be a bug or what?
No, I mean, he's trying to make it sound like it's a bug in the BIP or something stupid, or there has to be a second BIP for that change or whatever he's trying to claim it is.
He's saying it's an undocumented consensus rule in BIP110.
More or less.
Is that that's a concern around procedural correctness rather than a technical concern?
Yeah, but it's complete nonsense even procedurally.
All right.
So there's a BIP that defines pay to anchor. It explicitly says the witness is supposed to be empty. It doesn't say it right, but that's not our fault.
Yeah, all right.
Not Dathan's fault either.
Fair enough. All right, I understand it. So what are we doing? The next FUD wave, as I said, I expect FUD. We've got 19 more pieces of FUD to come out, though. I mean, I'm expecting in like 11 days for it to be pretty clear that BIP110 is winning. That's my default scenario. If that doesn't happen, then I don't think anything will change much, really. Well, no, you still got a bit of wiggle room there, but I think we're going to have a decisive end within the next couple of weeks, which is a relief. So, yeah, Greg, go ahead, and then I think we'll close out the show.
I wanted to say that I agree that we are in this adversarial environment right now. And when it comes to Andy Beck or Adam Beck, he is an infiltrator. He attacked peer-to-peer network even in 90s. And he has never been a cypherpunk. They disliked him. And you said about the narcissistic attitudes. So he even created an article about himself on Wikipedia. So like this guy is one of the adversary to Bitcoin, in my opinion. And when it comes to BIP110 and all those FUD that we went through today, if any of those arguments are compelling, and especially the BitVM1, I encourage BitVM parasites to create URSF if they think that their scams are so compelling. If not, they can go to Ethereum. Like there is already a virtual machine on Ethereum, so they can use it. For the listeners, run Bitcoin nodes, uninstall core, which is vulnerable, and the malware, and visit the BIP110.org website for more information.
Appreciate it, man. Let's promote some people, hey. What Dave, you've definitely got some stuff that I'd like you to mention again with your covenantless arcs. Do you want to just give people some info on where they can go to check out what you're building?
Yeah, you can check out openarc.tech. So we're early stage open source project for OpenArc. And we're looking actually for funding for that. It's hard when you're a BIP110er to get funding for open source projects. But then we also have the company flow rate that we're building, Lightning infrastructure, cybersecurity for Lightning. Check it out. And I have a white paper coming out soon on Lightning and how to get more capital on Lightning, how you earn a native income on Lightning. And the idea is to get every treasury on board to a native strategy rather than just wasting time and people's capital. Thank you. And thank you for letting me on. It was a great experience to be here.
Yeah, thanks for showing us that there's like not every technical person does the whole groupthink thing. So I don't know if I can have super chats. I don't know what that means. I would love to read super chats or whatever YouTube does in that regard, but I think I'd have to like KYC with YouTube to do that stuff. I don't know if anyone here streams on YouTube. I don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Tone would know, but Can I mention something with your permission, Mechanic?
Well, yeah. I don't know what it is in
Hey, so-
advance.
Well, it's self promotion. That's why I wanted to ask if it was okay if I could say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if anyone who's watching this is interested in a Bitcoin denominated NFL survivor pool, follow at Satoshi Sharps on Twitter. That's I run that account. That is where we're going to be running the survivor pool that we've run for 4 seasons. This is going to be the 5th season, and this is going to be a way to signal to the market that BIP110 has actual economic value. Yes, I know it's a survivor pool. I'm not MicroStrategy. I get it. But we, everything is confirmed through a BIP110 node. So this is a way to signal that no, it's not just people are saying that they like BIP110. People are actually transacting in BIP110, transactions. And so, yeah, follow at Satoshi Sharps, and we're going to have a blast this NFL season. I'm hoping it'll be the biggest one we've run so far. We'll have a pleb pool and a whale pool, so whatever your budget is, you should be able to fit in somewhere.
Nice. Thanks, Pat.
What
Justin?
does that actually mean?
What's that, Luke?
What's that actually mean?
It's something to do with it's sports betting. I don't know anything else.
Yeah.
Some
I don't
kind
make any
sport
money
thing?
off of it. It's so all the entry fees goes out to pay out the prize pool or to pay for the pool hosting fee. I don't make a profit on it. I just do it for fun because I love NFL survivor pools. You just get to pick a team. If your team wins, you survive to the next week, and then the last man standing scoops the pot. That's all it is. A simple explanation.
All right. Me and Luke still don't know anything about how it works. Come on, Justin, hit us.
If you're reasonable, would love to talk to you. If you're unreasonable and you've closed your mind and made it up, then you have 2 choices: URSF or STFU. But leave me alone. I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm studying Bitcoin. Bitcoin has one purpose. Bitcoin Core is essentially repurposed Bitcoin, but before it ever achieves that purpose. And so we have an opportunity right now to do something about that. And that's let our node be our voice. To study Bitcoin, run a node. So run the latest version of Bitcoin Knots that's patched and fixes the inscriptions exploit, restores reasonable filters. And like Greg said, if you want to learn more, go to BIP110.org.
Thank you. Kyle, who I already introduced, he's a very prolific developer on Bitcoin Knots, but not super well known amongst Twitter users yet. Let them know anything you want to let them know.
Just want to say, I help a lot of people also with setting, just regular people setting up nodes, and a lot of them come, specifically for BIP110. And I think when people say like, oh, it's a Sybil attack or something like that, like that's not true. But obviously we'll learn a lot more in a few weeks. So I think if you're interested, just ping one of us. We'll be happy to help. And like you said, if you want to share your voice, like it's not a vote in the sense like you're going to a ballot box, but it's a vote in the sense that if you don't like where you are, you can use your feet and move somewhere else, and you can choose which software you run. So you're not going to be forced into running Core if you don't want to.
Yeah, I don't know how many people realize this, but there's actually a pretty active Discord for Knots. There's developer channels, but there's also user channels if you just want to hang out.
Yeah, we got Telegram as well, but the Discord seems to be the main venue now.
How do I find the Telegram group?
They're both linked on the bitcoinknots.org website. But beware, Telegram is, everywhere has got scammers, but Telegram is really bad for scammers.
Yeah, Discord's horrible too. People keep faking to be me and giving people tech support and stuff. Horrible.
If you post any question in the Telegram group, like any technical question, a fake Luke will message you and trying to help you. Luke is not going to message you personally, try to help you with the issue. He may post in the group, but he's not. Yeah.
Yeah. If you always message.
As a rule, I would ignore DMs.
Yeah. And Telegram makes it possible to look like they're the real person, like in a bunch of ways. No Quarter, do you have anything you wanted to drop before we drop?
No, you guys pretty much just covered what I was going to say, is that if you're new and you're still learning, the best places to learn more is on the knots channels, Discord, Signal. If I've blocked you and you think I made a mistake, tell someone and get me to unblock you. I like helping people. I've learned so much. I think Luke is really unique in that he gets really involved with, random people online. He's there to help you. If you have a technical issue or you want to understand a concept, he's there, he's available. I think that makes this community exceptional. We've got one of the longest standing Bitcoin developers who makes himself available to people. He doesn't pull rank or expect you to know everything, and that's really valuable. And there's a lot of people that follow that example. So everything that you guys were just talking about, I just put my stamp of approval on that.
People are, I don't know. People want to. I'm gonna have to write up that merch thing. I'll do the low effort FUD. You can do the high effort FUD, Luke. All right. Cheers, guys. Everyone really enjoyed this, so I think we'll do it again soon. We had like 250 people or something watching for the majority of it, so that makes it pretty worth doing. I wanted to get some anti BIP110 people on. That would have been fun. Hopefully they'll see this, and if you have watched this somehow, let's contact someone and we'll make it happen. We'll get you on next week or whatever. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to close out the stream now. Appreciate you all.